the Department of Electric and Computer Engineering and the University of Dartmouth, and the founding director of the University of Dartmouth Cybersecurity Center and NSA DHS Design Center of Academic Excellence in Cyber Research, CR. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say hello and thank you for having me. But I'll disable my video so as to not be distracted. Then I will share my slides. So, and I'll also try to take a few minutes less than the half-hour allotted, just so that we distribute the time equitably amongst the speakers before the noon break. Could you please confirm that you can see my slides and you see them advance back and forth?
We can't see anything.
Let me try one more time.
Please share your screen.
Yeah. How about now?
Yes, visible now.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. And full screen?
Yes, full screen that's coming up. No, full screen.
Advancing.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to present my research with some of my former students. This was a master's thesis performed by the first author. This talk is based on a paper published in the International Symposium on Software Reliability Engineering in 2022, along with several of my other students and one colleague. Now, I also acknowledge that the audience may have a broad range of, say, mathematical modeling or computing backgrounds, so I will also try to give some context. This area is, it's a rather long title, so I'll try to give a brief overview. There is this concept of vulnerability discovery models. In fact, it was originally presented by the third speaker, Professor Al-Hazmi, with his former doctoral advisor, Yashwant Malia, in Colorado. So what I'll be presenting is what is essentially a kind of discrete multivariate time series model that collects data on multiple test activities in sequential but non-overlapping time steps. This is in contrast to the traditional software reliability growth models as they're known, that collect data on either the times at which software failed on a continuous time spectrum, or some kind of grouped data where the number of failures or unique defects detected within a given testing interval are documented. Now, this also informs software reliability is typically quantified during the testing process, and it's based on testing data. So oftentimes, researchers are confused. Software engineering lifecycle is very long, and there are many areas of expertise that touch upon it. So in this regard, I don't work in the areas of software engineering traditionally taught in, say, computer science programs, where one is teaching the various stages of design and development. In fact, I don't even necessarily work in the test stage. We collect the statistical data on the results of the test. That could be failures in the context of software reliability testing, or in the case of security testing, the software failures. In this case, it's a software study, but it could certainly be applied to hardware security as well. The number of unique defects that correspond to vulnerabilities, and in this case, the software. So I don't really need to emphasize the importance of software, but we all know that with the progression of technology, there comes heavy dependence, and also we use many critical systems. We have safety critical systems, and if they fail, they can compromise the safety, livelihood, and lives of the individuals who depend on these technologies. And many members of society are not technology creators, they're technology users. In that sense, they're dependent. So it's on us as researchers to develop these models to help quantify reliability, security, and safety for those users. Now, the past research, I roughly divide the literature into areas like taxonomies. A famous example is the MITRE common weakness enumeration and common attack pattern, or the CAPAC as it's known, whereas techniques would be the individual test methods by which one attempts to expose defects or vulnerabilities. And the tools are the implementation of those techniques that may be discovered through research and engineering efforts. Much less research, although there is some, as I've said, in the software reliability community, on the concept of vulnerability discovery models. So when applied to security-related testing, these become known as VDMs for short. Typically, they're known as software reliability growth models. I prefer the phrase defect discovery model, or because really that's what they measure. There's also defect resolution, and there have been some studies on the important aspects of not just discovering defects, but resolving them. However, and again, not to be critical, but I will, and the quantitative studies that I report at the end of this talk attempt to do justice and be fair in the measures of comparing the competing models. As I said, the past models are traditional, what are known as univariate non-homogeneous Poisson process models, or NHPP. And the limitation there, and this is a challenge for reliability engineers who want to communicate with software engineers. Software engineers may not be as mathematically inclined. The software engineers want guidance on how to get better, whereas in contrast, the reliability engineers, they may not know software as well. And in individualistic cultures like US culture, software people don't want reliability people hanging over their shoulder telling them what they're doing wrong. So it gives this perceived notion of management relationships, whereas the goal here is to assure that the software is free of vulnerabilities and therefore secure and suitable for use, intended use. But like I said, in the absence of not knowing which testing techniques are effective, the software engineers are reluctant to adopt for use in practice other than answering very high-level questions like, will we be able to release the software on time with a given rate of defects occurring or rate of failure, those sorts of things. So my argument is that by progressing from univariate models to these multivariate models that use unique covariates, and I'll describe the structure of the data and the models, we can also hopefully convince the software community that they can not only benefit by quantifying reliability and security, but they can also determine which tools and techniques are more effective for the types of systems that they're testing. So, as a summary up front, what we've done in this study, the design was to compare the best-in-class model that was a univariate model. That's the Al-Hazmi-Maleh logistic model, or AML for short. And again, we will do a fair comparison, the best we can possibly do, because we collect data on 3 different types of testing, but how you incorporate 3-dimensional data into a single-dimensional model becomes tricky. So I'll attempt to distinguish that clearly. The unique thing is that the covariate VDMs that incorporate multiple test activities can measure how much time did we spend using specific tools. So in the case of this study, we had 3 different penetration testing tools, and we documented the amount of time that was spent in each of 8 successive intervals spent attempting to discover new or unique, previously undiscovered vulnerabilities in the software. And, the AML, it's a flexible and highly cited. You can get various shaped curves. Again, but there isn't that kind of link between what was going on, what specific techniques were being used, and the relationship between the number of vulnerabilities discovered. So what we did was we identified specifically a piece of software to test. It was a learning environment, but one deemed most realistic. It was a web application. The paper that I mentioned earlier, and for anybody who's interested, they're welcome to reach out to me or search directly the literature. But we describe in detail the reasoning behind the selection of the specific target. And of course, a web application is so-called low-hanging fruit, where hackers might attempt to break in, and therefore broadly applicable to the commercial industries that use websites to provide services and want to do so securely. Now, the bottom line up front, as they say, is that, and again, we will report on the different measures of goodness of fit that we use for these types of predictive models. Not only did the data and of course, the intuition is that if we document how much work we were doing in each interval, we would have a better way of estimating how many vulnerabilities we will discover in future intervals. Similar to machine learning models, where we use out-of-sample data, we use in time series and traditional statistical models like these NHPP models, how many defects or vulnerabilities would be discovered in future intervals if a certain test profile, that is, if I release this product to the field, and in a future interval, an attacker uses this combination of testing efforts across multiple test activities, or in this case, penetration testing tools, how many vulnerabilities would be discovered? So in that regard, it's no surprise that the multivariate models do better. And so again, this was just a master's level study to demonstrate the applicability of the covariate models to the case of vulnerability discovery. And again, there are measures of goodness of fit that show that or penalize a model when it has more parameters. So even though the covariate models introduce some additional parameters, they attempt to keep the number of parameters low with traditional concepts of model parsimony. Yet, despite this, they still achieve better goodness of fit, meaning that if we measure what we were doing to find the vulnerabilities, we would think that would be there would be a strong relationship between that and the number of vulnerabilities discovered in each of those successive intervals. So like I said, we had a simple research environment. The first author was the master's student. The second author was a PhD student with industry experience in penetration testing prior to returning to school for his dissertation. But we had this app known as the Juice Shop, which is a web app for selling it. You can think of it as a kind of online, and it's seeded with faults. So in that sense, there's some ground truth. It's a learning environment where the students learn how to be, quote, hackers. And of course, the student who was doing the study was trained on the different tools by the PhD student, but then given some time to spend attempting to discover different vulnerabilities and then documenting those. So one key aspect of this research was to show that data could be collected in a format.
You, sir, please conclude your session fast.
Sure. So the simple, we documented vulnerabilities into 10 categories. We also we categorized them according to the MITRE common weakness enumeration. We documented the data according to those 10 vulnerabilities, A1 through 10. And the final 3 columns are the number of seconds using the 3 testing tools. So we generated multivariate data. The column K indicates the number of vulnerabilities in the 8 intervals. That's the mathematics. Again, I would refer the reader to the manuscript, but ultimately you'll see what the graphs of models fit to this mathematics look like? We've implemented open source tools that incorporate many variants of the model. So these are discrete hazard functions. The H function integrates into equation 2 to give many forms of the covariate software reliability growth models or vulnerability discovery models. We apply traditional model fitting techniques based on calculus. We've implemented these in an open source tool, which is accessible from my lab's website. And we compared it with the AML model, which takes this form, and equation 12 has this increasing and decreasing function. And we also had to derive some group data functions because these are discrete. The covariate models are discrete. Therefore, we wanted to perform an apples to apples. We wanted to be able to fit a discrete version of the AML model that hadn't been presented previously. Typically, least squares were used. So we use in-sample goodness of fit, that's SSE. Predictive sum of squares, that's to measure the accuracy of predictions with data that was not used for model fitting, as well as a Kaike information criterion, which penalizes models with more parameters, and Bayesian information criterion, which penalizes models with more data. Because if we have lots of data, we should be able to characterize the data well with a model. So long story short is that the last 8 rows, all or second and third rather, and the negative binomial of order 2, which had the lowest basically goodness of fit, information theoretic goodness of fit. And you can also see that the negative binomial did well on both the sum of squares and predictive sum of squares. So the future plots show that the AML model, in contrast, because it only had univariate data, that is discrete time, or even computing the amount of time spent in those last 3 columns added up. Again, I'm sorry, I don't have time to clarify that, but we attempted to give the univariate model all the information on how much testing was performed in each of those 8 intervals across the 3 different testing techniques. And so this is a traditional plot showing the step function is the time step and the number of unique vulnerabilities discovered, and the 2 curves are the AML models fit and the negative binomial, which was performing well best on 2 of the measures of goodness of it, and probably second on the other 2. But more convincingly, you can see that the dark curve touches the tops of the staircase. The plot shows the predictions, that is the 2 curves, whereas the bar chart is the actual number of vulnerabilities. And what you can see is that the proposed model, the negative binomial of order 2, very closely approximates the actual number. And then in interval 7, only the first 7 were used for model fitting, and the 8th was used for prediction. Now, I argue, for a non-expert, you might look at that and say, so what? But again, the AML model being a parametric form, like all NHPP models, no fault of being a univariate model, has an increasing and decreasing. But what if an attacker has sophisticated capabilities, a supercomputer, you name it? Unfortunately, the increasing and decreasing nature, or whatever the form of the intensity function, simply cannot capture the real world vulnerabilities associated with fielding software and then testing, would it be secure against a sophisticated attacker? So again, that was the study to compare with best-in-class univariate models. The tools are available and models are implemented at the link in the slides, which I'll be happy to share with the organizers. And future work that's already been done with colleagues from Indian Statistical Institute are demonstrating the applicability of these models to adversarial machine learning. So in conclusion, the models were created with National Science Foundation support, and this specific study was supported by the Air Force with funds from the United States Department of Homeland Security. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions?
Well, Hello.
Yeah, hello. Any questions from the audience?
I'm asking a question.
Yes, sir.
This is Professor Lance. You talked of univariate vulnerability discovery models and the covariate. But presently, I find only the univariate models are being used, and that too prominently. This is a LASME model, which is very similar to the defect discovery model. I don't see any difference otherwise. People have applied a LASME model more often to determine the number of vulnerabilities. So, of late, I think vulnerability is how come a univariate model, when applied to data, it works as if everything is fine. There are limitations to this because this has a application in marketing. I teach marketing,
Yes.
so I find the model that allows me use AML is typically that this is called, they call it discovery, vulnerability discovery, but this could also be anything else, what they call in marketing adoption model, product adoption.
Yes.
So I'm not sure where it is taking us to. What is the ultimate? Is this, if the data is small, will it work? Covariate model?
As you see here, we have 8 time intervals with the corresponding amount of time spent applying the 3 test techniques. Perhaps in the marketing model, it would be 3 types of marketing and their effectiveness to encourage certain sections of society. I, of course, invite you to attempt to apply the models. Again, the models are implemented in the tool available on my website, and if you'd like to cite us, great, but we want to encourage the usage of these multivariate models because they can explain through the parameters which of the activities are most effective for achieving the desired end, like expanding one's market in your case of the adoption models.
Yeah, how good is this prediction?
Well, as you can see, yeah. I'm sorry.
Model has come the covariate and the univariate. Which one gives how good, how much better it is?
Well, as I mm-hmm. The simple truth is that this model will, the AML model will decrease to 0 in the intensity function. And as you know, in the mean value function, that means it will level off to a constant number of vulnerabilities or users who have adopted the technology or product. Whereas the covariate models would measure the response of these activities and how much of them. So if I invest lots of money in advertising, one would think that more people would adopt the product, for example. So that kind of information could be captured. And hope, perhaps, again, I invite you to attempt to apply this in whatever areas you like. And I'm happy to collaborate.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Lance. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Pleasure to see y'all.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Lance. It was really insightful talk, and I hope students have gained and the site you have shown, and they must explore it for the understanding the system in a better manner. And vulnerabilities are one of the key issues which we all are facing right now in the software industry, the way it is growing and the way the hackings and other things are going on. Thanks once again, and we hope that we will be meeting soon again on the collaborative fronts. I really welcome you for the coming to this conference in the Amity University. Thank you, sir.
Now we start with the next session. So the chairperson will be Professor. Sorry. So the session chair will be Professor P.K. Kapoor, sir. Professor P.K. Kapoor is Director of Amity Center of Interdisciplinary Research, Amity University, Noida. He has expertise in software reliability, optimization, and innovation diffusion modeling. Professor Kapoor has guided 42 PhD and 25 MPhil scholars and published over 350 research papers. He is editor in chief of International Journal of System Assurance Engineering Management and and series editor of Asset Analytic book series. Professor Kapoor has received several awards, including Best Teacher in Operation Management and Lifetime Achievement Award for contributions to software reliability engineering. And our next speaker will be Professor Yoshinobu Tamuru. Professor Yoshinobu Tamuri is a professor in Graduate School of Science and Technology for Innovation, Yamauchi University, UBE, Japan. He completed his BSc, MS, and PhD from Totori University. His research focused on reliability measurements and assessment. He has received numerous awards, including IEE Reliability Society Japan Chapter Awards and Best Paper Awards for IEE International Conferences. He has authored a book titled OSS Reliability Measurement and Assessment, published by Springer International Publishing in 2016. Over to you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Yoshinobu Tamura from Yamaguchi University in Japan. My presentation, my talk title is Open Source Software 3D Performability Assessment Tool based on the deep learning considering jump diffusion process data. This slide represents the outline of our presentation. First, I would like to basic notion of the talk of open source software. And next, we introduce the edge computing by using open source software will become popular in the future because of cost reduction. We propose a method of open source software reliability based on the deep learning, considering the fault detection time and modification time, assuming the edge open source software operation. Also, numerical examples based on the proposed deep learning model, considering two-dimensional winner and jump diffusion processes to the data processing will be also presented. Finally, I'll summarize our presentation. Next, recently, we have published this book. Book title is Applied OSS or Reliability Assessment Model AI and Tools in 2024. Also, our research group has been proposed a method of reliability assessment for the open source software. On the other hand, it's important for the open source software managers to appropriately control the reliability of open source software projects. This slide represents the development cycle of open source software. Many open source software are maintained under the several developers and many open source software users by using the bug tracking systems. And therefore, the use of proposed method will be successful in achieving the quality improvement and cost reduction of open source software if the reliability of open source software and management is appropriately managed. We focus on the edge computing and open source software. Considering the edge computing and open source software, we can mention the keywords such as version upgradation, fault fixing, and large-scale data. In this research, we developed the deep learning model considering these keywords. Deep learning approach. We consider the optimal fault modification policy based on the deep learning. Then we apply the fault modification time to the objective variable of deep learning. The software fault data are used for the software reliability assessment by using many software reliability growth models. We focus on the fault detection time and the fault modification one. Then we consider the following objective functions. This is the fault detection time, and this is the fault modification time. Where DI is the fault detection time at ice fault. Alpha I is the appropriate frequency of fault reporter. Then Fy is the fault detection time interval between software fault weighted by the appearance frequency of fault reporter. Also, Mi is modification time at ice fault. Beta I is appearance frequency of fault assignee. Then Gi is a modification time interval between software fault weighted by appearance frequency of fault assignee. Therefore, the open source software reliability grows then when Fi becomes large. Moreover, the OSS efficiency grows when GI becomes large. We consider the fault big data recorded on the bug tracking system. The fault detection process is an uncertain event. Therefore, the fault detection process has been assessed by using software reliability growth model. Moreover, the imperfect debugging process is well known as one of the software fault detection process. Considering WI is a winner process. This is white noise. The winner process is Gaussian process, and its the characteristics is following properties. Generally, a winner process is considered as the continuous time. On the other hand, we focus on the discrete phenomenon for the fault detection process. Then there is no problem that the software reliability growth models based on winner process have been proposed as unit time. We assume that the fault modification process is approximately based on winner process. This is the winner term. Okay. Moreover, we consider the jump phenomena as the irregular fluctuation influenced for the open source software fault detection. For example, a version upgrade. For example, the sample path of winner jump time is given by the following equation. The typical jump process have been used in the financial research area. It's difficult to directly use the typical financial model for the open source software fault detection process because the area of financial engineering is based on the log normal distribution in terms of jump time. It's difficult to apply the log normal distribution to the jump time of open source software fault phenomena because it's usually assumed that the open source software fault detection situation have non-biased distribution in case of the reliability engineering. Therefore, the following normal distribution is defined in place of a Gaussian process of jump considering the open source software fault detection phenomenon. Mu is a mean value, tau is a standard deviation. Ji for ice jump are independently defined as positive values. Finally, we consider the following equation as the objective variable. This is the jump term, and this is the winner term. Okay. By using output values of objective variable in above mentioned results, we can obtain the performability as a reliability assessment measure as follows. Okay. Where PRI is a performability based on the deep learning model. Moreover, PRW is a performability based on our deep learning model considering the independent winner process and the jump term. Numerical examples. We focus on OpenStack project, including several edge components. We show numerical examples by using the datasets under the assumption for the edge open source software service. The data used in our research are collected from the bug tracking system. This figure shows the estimated error for validation and training data. X-axis shows the epoch number, and Y-axis shows the error for training, and Z-axis shows the error for validation. Blue line shows the without noise. Also, a red line shows the winner and jump times. Also, this figure shows the estimated error for validation by training data from different angles. Next, this figure shows the estimated frequency of weighted fault detection time interval. This axis, x-axis, shows the number of faults, and this axis, y-axis, shows the testing data, and this axis, z-axis, shows the estimate. Red line shows the with included winner and jump process. Also, blue line shows non without winner and jump. Next, this is a different angle. The early testing, early phase, many faults detected in this operation. Next, this figure shows the estimated cumulative weighted fault detection time interval. Similarly, this axis shows the number of faults, testing data, and estimate. This is a different angle. Moreover, this figure shows the estimated error for validation training data modification in case of the modification time. Similarly, this axis shows the epoch, and this is the training, and this is the validation.
Sorry,
Next is this. Yes.
I request you to give your conclusion statement.
Yes. This is a different angle. This is a modification time. And this is a weighted for the modification time with a different angle. And this is a weighted for the modification time. This is a cumulative weighted figure. This is finally this is the estimated performability. And this is x-axis, y-axis, z-axis. Okay, this is a different angle. Okay, conclusion. The appropriate reliability control for the operation of each software service will directly relate to the optimization of each server. We have proposed a deep learning model considering the irregular fluctuation and characteristics of each server and open source software. Especially, we focus on the fault detection time interval weighted by the appearance frequency of fault reporter and the fault modification. Okay. Then we apply the independent noises to the proposed measures. Finally, we have proposed the performability based on our deep learning model. The proposed deep learning method will be helpful as the assessment measures of the software reliability for each open source software service in operation phase. Okay, that's all. And thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful insights. Any questions?
Yeah, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, audible? Yeah, that have a small query. Two things. You have open source software, and data that you use in open software is similar to the data used for defect discovery model. Open source data cannot be similar to the defect model.
Yes.
And what is the performability measure that you have given? Is it mathematically what it is?
Yes. Performability is derived from this fault detection time and modification time. From these equations, we define this performability of this equation.
No, performability is more
Yes.
than is as compared to performance. How it is different from performance. We say the performance of the model is this, that in terms of one, this or that, and performance.
Performance.
A student's performance is the score he gets in the examination. Yeah.
In this research, yes, yes, this in this case, performability is this figure. So the sphere performability becomes large. This operating process go on in this case.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much
Thank you.
accepting our invitation to speak to us. Thank you. Professor Tamura is there?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
ये boy the मैम
Now we'll start with the next session. So the session chair will be Professor Deepak Kumar. Dr. Deepak Kumar is a professor of Amity Institute of Information Technology, Amity University, Noida, and a visiting professor of State University, a constant institution of University of Northern Carolina, USA. He is the head of student research and project. He has done MTech in computer science from Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra. He has awarded PhD from University of Delhi, India. And our speaker for this session will be Professor Omar H. Al Hazmi. Professor Omar Al Hazmi is a professor in the Department of Cybersecurity at Taiba University, Medina, Saudi Arabia. His research focuses on software vulnerabilities, security, software reliability, and IoT. He provides consultation service to various organizations, including e-government national program. His research academic contributions include over 65 research papers. He is actively involved in cybersecurity research and collaborates with multiple organizations for technological advancement. Over to you, sir. Professor Deepak Kumar, are you here? So the chairperson for this session will be Dr. P.U. Kapoor, sir. You can start, sir. So we can't hear you. So I have introduced. So I have told them. Yes, sir.
Can I start?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation.
Just a second.
You can start your presentation, sir.
Okay. Yes. Yes, hello everybody. Thank you for giving me the chance to present this research. This is a result of research done with one of my master's students with a group of researchers from Turkey, University of Ankara, two researchers, and with us. The title of this presentation is about AI-powered integrated with encoding mechanism, enhancing privacy, security, and performance for IoT systems. IoT systems, Internet of Things, usually connected is interconnected physical entities with software, sensors, and network connectivity. They usually try to serve an application or a purpose together as an eco environment with many applications, with various goals. Some of them for smart cities or for smart homes or other many applications. This area is still evolving, and we are seeing a lot of progress in this area. So the challenge in the IoT is the typical challenges are heterogeneity, because you are working with devices that are made by different vendors with different technologies, with different sophistication. Some of these devices are very simple, very cheap devices, cheap sensors that has little computation power, and some of them more sophisticated. Some of them has some CPUs and memories and, equipped with better technology than others. So you are working with an environment with different levels of sophistication of technologies, different protocols. Some of these devices are using different protocols to talk to each other. So this is a major challenge in security. If you are trying to implement security in this environment, you will face some challenges that need to be addressed. These devices are usually limited, therefore they are not capable of carrying out sophisticated encryption and that is up to standard in the industry. You need to have a high level of encryption to meet the requirements. This is sometimes not possible by these devices. Some of these devices are equipped with some default password that are often kept without change, and this is also a strong vulnerability. You can hack these devices very easily. No or little support or updates. Sometimes these devices are shipped out and sold, and they never get supported by the vendors, or even if their support is neglected by the administrators to update the devices and change their firmware and for example, there are some errors in the firmware or it needs some updates. Of course, there is a lot of defects that will be discovered or vulnerabilities need to be fixed, but they are always kept without fixing. This is a major challenge. Usually the vendors make these devices and without their security, they put their security at the end. So these devices are designed to function, to sell, to be affordable prices, and security, they think about security later to just to fix it. And this is not sufficient. They have to start from the beginning, and this is not the case usually. Also, these devices has energy limitations. Some of them run on batteries, some of them run on very low electric power, so they don't have really the power to do whatever we like to do with these devices. Also, there is recently the challenge of malware and spyware attacking these devices. So these devices are usually an easy target. So that's why it's important to try to fix this area and add the security needed so that people can trust these systems and have a secure IoT. But because if you have this bad reputation of having an IoT system that is usually hackable and with low security. So the people will not trust these systems, and therefore this area will not thrive. The issue also is connected to privacy. Information about these systems, the devices, sensors, they always carry sensitive information. Security measures, we need to shield this sensitive data from unauthorized access. Access control is also an issue. Leaking this data out, and some intruders can go there and hack these systems and use them to access some unauthorized information and data. This is also a concern. So with the emergence of machine learning, we have also one other thing, that we want to feed the data. We want to have some system to secure these environments. So we turned to use machine learning. Machine learning, we can study the environment, try to different ways of analyzing and securing the area of IoT. So, of course, the problem with machine learning is also these systems, when they are taking the information and the data sensitive, they are not secure. The data will become theirs, and they are often, these systems are in the cloud or are hosted somewhere else, and also this data can be accessed by unauthorized parties. How can we secure machine learning algorithms without compromising privacy? Of course. This is just an example that we are using this, these days we are using AI chat, such as GPT and other chat platforms that we can interact with to get a lot of information, very useful in our life. However, they usually suggest that you don't give any critical information during these chat sessions. So they post on their website. It's just an example that we recommend that you do not enter any information that might be reviewed or used. So we always be careful when using machine learning and these platforms, the models and everything like that. We don't feed them all the critical data we need. So we proposed an integrated framework that takes privacy, security, optimization challenges into consideration. Replacement encoding. We propose using replacement encoding to target and replace the sensitive information within data to hide this information from the models, the AI models, without compromising benefiting from the good benefits of machine learning and prediction. Comprehensive protection. The framework incorporates advanced AI-powered techniques to detect and mitigate cyber attacks, providing real-time threat detection response capabilities. We integrate also optimizing, of course, with machine learning. It's very heavy on computation, so sometimes we need to optimize to reduce the time and to focus these systems on target. So intrusion detection. Intrusion detection, typically, classically, we have different ways of dealing with intrusion detection. Sometimes they use some of the systems, they use signature-based. It compromises network traffic or device behavior known to attacks. So you have previous attacks, known attacks, and you compare the behavior you seeing in these systems to these previous attacks and try to see if there's a pattern that you can recognize. So you decide with some certainty that this attack is happening, and there's this category, and based on previously known attacks. Of course, the disadvantage of this approach is it's vulnerable to zero-day attacks because, of course, new attacks, novel attacks, will never get caught because there's no historical data. So this is the advantage. So other ways also try to address this. Anomaly-based identifies deviation from established normal behavior patterns. So this approach tries to define some normal patterns and try to, if it sees that anything go outside this, deviate from the normal, it will flag this, and maybe there's a chance of an attack. Can detect novel attacks, adapt to changing environments. The problem is this system can be very suspicious. It will suspect anything abnormal, and sometimes these are just an normal traffic that just happens to be different than what is usually seen. So it will make a lot of high false positive capturing, and this is always inconvenient. Specification based analyzes traffic against predefined security protocol and specification, try to enforce compliance with security standards, catching protocol violations, try to see that if some kind of activity that's try to trick the system, trick the protocols, and try to use the protocols in an unusual way. So it will try to catch it. So it's limited to specific protocols, may not detect novel attacks. Okay. So this is some other work that has been proposed similar to our work. Try to hide some information from the machine learning. Try to cover this critical information from being exposed with some different successes. Okay. That's something.
I think the server screen is lagging.
Yes, it's back now. Okay. Yes, so this is the result, and we compare our results. Try to make a good way of covering all these aspects from other previously proposed systems. We look at the advantages and disadvantages of this system and try to avoid these disadvantages and to maximize our advantages. So our systems protect data during processing, replace original data with not arbitrary value. So at one stage, we replace some of these critical data with some codes, and later we recover it at the end. So this is basically the idea. So the original data comes into the system. We make pre-processing, prepare it by encoding these data, especially the sensitive parts, with code. So now it's coded. And we try to protect privacy by replacing coding or hiding all the critical, the sensitive data, and also the data is for IoT attacks. So we also look at that. So it passes through. We have the data set. I'll talk about it in a second. And so it will go through this model, get classified, and we are also run we use two algorithms, the DNN and the random forest. So sensitive data replacement encoding is designed to protect sensitive data by transforming it into a synthetic form with a consistent format. During this process, the data takes structured form Only data owner can perform replacement encoding, ensuring so this will the owner himself will protect his own data privacy, so you can use machine learning systems safely. So secure encoding, this is the first stage. The initial state, original data consists of combination of categorical, numerical. It will change them based on some keys. Replacement encoding, during the replacement encoding, every character symbol will get replaced. Then, because the data is large, we need some optimization. We use genetic algorithm to enhance performance. The model secures scores also obtained from metrics such as class label, CL, and probability are utilized to establish prevention threshold. Okay, so we have data privacy and enhancement, automated data reprocessing, replacement encoding gateway integrates into AI models pipeline to protect sensitive data. Automated data processing, replacement encoding automates process of converting unstructured data into a structured format, saving time and using less resources. This solution is not limited also to IoT, but it's suggested to it because we are depending on the data of IoT, but it can be also applied on other domains. This is an example of how the characters and the special characters and numbers are encoded into the system to hide. This is the data set we are using. This is a data set proposed in the 2023 by the Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity. They built an environment, an actual environment and collected data using Wireshark and these tools for network monitoring. And they have constructed a very realistic data set. It got popular and been used by hundreds of papers now. This is the citation. You need to cite this paper because you are using the data set. And this is the summary of the data set. It's most of the attacks, the flood attacks, the denial of service, distributed denial of service attacks. This is the most significant attacks. So this is just a pseudocode for our system. So we make keys and we do the replacement, and then we generate a new data set that is without the sensitive information. Then it runs through the optimization phase. Then we use 20% data for 80% for training, 20% for testing, split the data parts to train and test, and then go through all the phases. So the experiment, encoding applied within where each symbol, characters, and number placed with assigned code. The new data set that is without the critical information is fed to the system. We run the two AI classifiers, reinforced and DNN. The result of the scenario revealed that the reinforced classifier had the accuracy of 88.94, the misclassification rate of only 0.11%. The DNN classifier achieved slightly lower accuracy of 86.61%. This is without using genetic algorithm. The genetic algorithm will minimize and optimize the data by using a subset of the features. We cover 100 features in the original, and with using genetic algorithm, it will go down to 15, so that it will focus on the most important parts. Within the system, the GA seems integrated to refine feature selection by emulating evolutionary process. So it will select a subset, about 15 features. And this also figure shows the phases of our system. Original data, then phase of replacing encoding, the new data optimization phase, data get optimized using the genetic algorithm. Then it will be fed to the AI model to do the data splitting, detection, evaluation, and then results. Impacts of feature selection. AI model generally perform better with numerical data, selecting right impact classifiers, automated features engineering. This is the results. The overall performance of rainforest and DNA classifier with only numerical data and 52 features. So the accuracy about 91.54, 88. You can see the results. Here also the overall performance with full feature via replacement encoding. And this is the results using the optimizer with the genetic algorithm. This is also the analysis of the performance of the system. It shows good results. Also here, accuracy and precision. This is the confusion matrix. Also show how, especially good in some kind of data, like the denial of service, 99.96, and some of them are less accurate. You can see from this matrix. So this compares different summary of highest result for only numerical data features, replacement encoding with full features, and each of them. This will summarize these results into. So we can see that some of them their placement is good in the end here with the selected features using the GA 3 secret digit key, and also tried the 2 secret digit. Study showcased the efficacy of replacement in the safeguarding sensitive data while maintaining the integrity of the unity of AI models. The proposed mechanism holds significant potential, upholding data privacy, offering a fresh perspective. This is the summary of contribution, effectively addressing a novel privacy mechanism termed replacement encoding is designed specifically for safeguarding sensitive data, optimization approach for enhancing performance, reducing computational load into IoT devices. This is important in the environment of IoT. It's might be not as significant in other environments, but in IoT you need really to reduce the computational load. A method for converting and transform categorical data into numerical representation. So it will treat the data and restructure it. Encoding mechanism and sensitive data, pre-processing task generated pertaining to transformation, a comprehensive analysis of the result obtained from the proposed model. Okay. This study explores mechanism for data privacy perspective. A novel privacy mechanism termed replacement encoding was introduced, designed to anonymize and camouflage sensitive data during AI model training. It facilitates the automatic processing of data. The proposed approach integrates AI classifiers for anomaly detection. The effectiveness of the RE approach in transforming data into a suitable format. This is also just summarizes the results that we obtained.
So please wind up your session.
So, sorry?
Sam saying, please wind up your session fast.
Okay. So this is just finished. This is the article that we published to see more detailed information about the results and the approach we have used. It's all in this paper. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful insights. Any questions, sir?
Hello. Lazmi, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a small query. That the title that your paper has. This I wonder with encoding mechanism. enhancing privacy, security, and is it true? How are privacy and safety related? What is the relation? I'm just asking as a layman. This is not my area of research.
So how
privacy?
It would conceal. Yeah, this model will conceal the sensitive data from the real world. So it will the sensitive data will not show. So the model will take it and will analyze it, will make the machine learning without seeing the critical data. So it will protect your privacy. So for example, from real world, if you have a system of IoT devices, will capture some data and all of these things. So when you feed it to the machine learning system, it can actually who see the data. Sometimes it's seen by other parties. So before you give it to the system, you make some replacements of some of the critical data, so they will not see the actual critical data that you want to hide and want to protect. And then the machine learning will take it and study the data and make informative feedback, and then the data will come back to you. You will return it back to the original format to see the data. So to protect it this way, this is the baseline.
So, Professor Al-Hajmi, so what is the relation between the privacy and the security? What is the relationship?
Privacy is the security and privacy sometimes it's usually under security, but this is just to highlight privacy important because it's a major concern. And so security here, we can see we have addressed the attacks that we look at the attacks that happening, and also the sensitive data that is collected from the environment. So privacy is under security, should be under security. But here, just to highlight it, I put it separately to highlight that this is where our focus. And we have used the data set from the environment of IoT that collected data from attacks, about 25 different major kind of attacks on the system. So you also look at, we try to address the issue of intrusion detection using this
Also one question.
So you protect your environment from intrusion without compromising your data to the machine learning system.
Okay. So each security enhance performance or decrease performance?
Yes, of course. Yeah, the performance is critical because we are using IoT. So how can you reduce the overhead? The only way is to try to reduce the data set and try to select the most significant features. So you can extend the data set is very wide, and you have to select some of the features so that you can the system will run in a reasonable time. So basically, we selected about 100 features. But this will not be optimal when you are running the system. It takes a long time. So we decided to use some algorithm that will select some of these features. So it selected about 15 features that is the most significant. And this way we reduced the time to run the system, and also the computation and everything will got faster. But by reducing the data, this is the way you can do. What else can we do?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Al-Hajmi. Thanks for our invitation. You accepted our invitation.
Thank you, Dr. I appreciate your invitation, your kind invitation, and always welcome MIT. And I've been with you for years now, visiting, and we formed a strong friendship with our colleagues in MIT. And thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for high tea. Please proceed to backside of seminar hall and enjoy the refreshment. We will reconnect at 12 o'clock for the further session. Thank you.
As we resume the session, the next session chair is Professor Dr. Deepak Kumar. Deepak Kumar is Professor of Amity Institute of Information Technology, Amity University, Noida, and visiting professor of Fayetteville State University, Institution of University of North USA. He is head of student research and project. He has done MTech in computer science from Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra. He is awarded PhD from University of Delhi, India. The session chair would be Dr. G. Gopal. Professor Dr. G. Gopal is a renowned statistician and academician with a distinguished career spanning over 4 decades. He served as professor and head of Department of Statistics at the University of Madras. His research expertise includes reliability, biostatistics, and survival models. He has guided 15 MPhils and 10 PhD students, published 40 research papers, and presented at over 100 conferences. Over to you, Professor Dr. G. Gopal.
Okay. Shall I proceed, please?
Yes, sir. Sir G. Gopal, welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you for your nice introduction. Thank you very much for your nice introduction. Before starting my session, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah. You are with the Professor Kapoor, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good evening. Good afternoon, every one of you. Really, I'm thankful to the organizers for the international conference and inviting me to deliver invited speak. Indeed, I am grateful to Professor P.K. Kapoor for his love and affection towards me. I know him for the past 20 years or so, and when I visited Delhi University, he showered with a lot of hospitality and affection. He's so affectionate to me. And when I was in trouble, my area of interest is probabilistic reliability, survival modeling, that type of. And 2 students joined me for PhD, and they have chosen as software reliability. And really, we did not know what to do. And Professor Kapoor, sir, helped me to proceed with their PhD and a few more publications also. And I'm really thankful to Professor Kapoor, sir, for his love and affection towards me. I pray Lord Shiva to bless him with long life and long and healthy life. I also wish our friend Dr. Vivek Kumar, young and energetic person, for his prosperous academic career. With this brief introduction, probably I will share my slide. Okay. I think my slide is visible now.
Yeah, visual.
Right. Therefore, see, I am just talking about the Bayesian software reliability growth modeling. A brief, we have published a few papers, and I'm just reviewing some of the concepts in reliability, software reliability, and finally come to this base in software reliability growth. Right. If you look at the definition of hardware and software reliability, the general definition of hardware reliability is the probability of an item or system to perform its intended function for a stated period of time under stated conditions. Software reliability, on the other hand, is the probability of failure-free software operation for a specified interval of time called mission time in a specified environment. Musa and Okamoto, 1984. And if you look at the curves for hardware reliability and software reliability, hardware reliability, the Bath curve, hazard rate curve, failure rate curve goes like this. This is the burn-in period, useful period, and this is the wear-out period. And on the other hand, software reliability, you have your this is the period of test and debug, and the new versions will come again. New software will, bugs will enter, then upgrade. Finally, the software becomes obsolete. Now, some of the consequences of software reliability are on March. Why we need software reliability? What is the problem with the softwares? The software, then normally, if there is a bug, certainly a lot of catastrophe will happen. There are certain few real examples. On March 31st, 1986, the Mexicana Airlines Boeing 727 airline crashed into a mountain because of the software system did not correctly process the mountain position. Similarly, on June 1986, massive radiation therapy missions in Georgia, Boston, and Tyler, Texas overdosed cancer patients apparently because the computer program controlling the highly automated devices was flawed. Similarly, on September 17, 1991, the power outage at the AT&T switching facility in New York interrupted service to the million telephone customers for 9 hours. The problem was the deletion of 3 bits of code in a software upgrade and failures test the software before the installation in the public network. These are all some of the consequences, and few more also. On October 26, 1992, the computer-aided Dawn, which handles more than 5,000 requests each day to transport patients in emergency situations, broke down just after the installation. This led to serious consequences in many critical patients. Similarly, recently an inquiry revealed that a software design error and insufficient software testing caused an explosion that ended the maiden flight of the European Space Agency Ariane 5 rocket less than 40 seconds after liftoff on June 4, 1996. The problems occurred in Ariane 5 flight control system were caused by few lines of ADA code containing 3 unprotected variables. One of these variables pertained to the rocket launcher's horizontal velocity of the Ariane's 5 trajectory was much greater. Right. These are all some of the consequences. Now, what is software failure and software fault? Software is a set of instructions or statements of computer languages, and it is referred to as the computer program. On execution of a computer program, an input state is translated into an output state. A software program is designed to perform specified tasks. When the actual output deviates from the expected output, failure occurs. Right. What are software reliability metrics? Mainly the mean value function, the failure intensity, the mean time to failure. These are all certain software reliability metrics that has to be used in computing software reliability. Now, what are the different classes of software models? And overview of software reliability models are non-homogeneous Poisson process class of models, Bayesian class of models, time between failure models. Again, the Bayesian class models include in it time between failures models also, environmental factor models also, which incorporates the regression models in it. Similarly, you have non-parametric models also, certain non-parametric models also there in software reliability model. These are all some of the software reliability models. See, why do we need several models? The motivation for development of new software reliability models are for the following are the reasons. A particular software reliability model may fit well for one data set and it may not fit well for another data set. That Mullen 1998. A single SRM is not adequate enough to fit the various software failure data sets. References Brocklehurst et al. 1990. Hence, we cannot say one particular SRM is not the best. That is why people have been developing hundreds of software reliability models to suit their situations. Now, to start with, this is the basic model, Zelinsky-Moranda model 1972. This is a very fundamental model. Zelinsky-Moranda JM model, which is time between failure model in 1972. It is one of the earliest software models. The basic idea behind JM model is the occurrence rate is proportional to the number of remaining faults. The failure intensity lambda Ti during Ti, the time between I minus first and highest failure of the JM model is given by the following equation. Lambda Ti is equal to pi into n minus I minus 1, I is equal to 1 to n. This pi is the proportionality constant and n is the total number of faults in the software. The PD of the time between failure is given by f of Ti is equal to pi into n minus I minus 1 in the e power pi n minus I minus 1 Ti. And if you look at this is like our exponential distribution. If you look at the history of the hardware reliability during 1950s, initially people started with the exponential distribution to estimate the reliability of any equipment. Here also, and subsequently they moved on to the other types of distribution like variable distribution, extreme value distribution. All these things happen after that only. Therefore, the first distribution to start with in the hardware reliability also the exponential distribution, which is the simplest distribution to start with. Here also, the first model on the software reliability is Zelinsky and Moranda model 1972. This also has the exponential distribution structure. Right. Now, subsequent to Goel-Okamoto model, that model was that is under the category of non-homogeneous Poisson process model in 1979, and it has become very, very popular. Keeping GO model as the basis model, several NHP models have been developed. Goel described the cumulative number of failures up to time t, and N of t is described with the non-homogeneous Poisson process. Therefore, this is about this is not necessary. Then, if you look at Goel-Okamoto model, this M of t, the mean value function is a into 1 minus e power minus beta t, and the lambda t is equal to a into ab into e power minus beta t. And the heuristic definition, this is heuristic definition. Now, the parameter, see any parameter estimation, we proceed with the likelihood function. The MLE is completely based on the likelihood function. You have the parameter and the data, and here the parameters here are N1, N2, Nk, and we have the likelihood using the likelihood. See, the parameters are A and B. This data is this. We estimate the parameter A and B. Now, the first model in this category is NHPP model. It is to be noted that lambda t is monotonically decreasing function of t in G1 model, and the software testers have good proficiency of testing techniques as well as domain knowledge of the software package. Applications like banking, space, medical, etc., they will lead to detect the faults quickly. Right. Then the Yamada's S-shaped model 1983, the mean value function m of t is given by this, and the lambda t is given by this. And this is initially, it is the failure intensity, initially it is going up, slowly it comes down. The reason for this is there are initially in the learning stage, in this case, faults cannot be detected quickly. To describe the behavior of Yamada has introduced another MHPP model with the delayed S-shaped mean value function. Right. Then you have the generalized Goel generalized non-homogeneous Poisson process model 1985. This also is the power C. Here it is three parameters are there: A into 1 minus E4 minus B into T power C. And this is another model. The mean value function is given by this. Right. The basis for development of various NHPP models are, it is to be noted that in all the above three models, M of T has the following structure. M of T is equal to A into capital F of T, where A is the number of faults remaining in the software, and F of T is the cumulative distribution function of the failure time distribution. Right. And the flexible models, many authors have developed several models, and some of them are very flexible models. Okay. This flexible NHPP software reliability model based on generalized exponential distribution. If you look at the research, many people introduce one additional parameter to the base distribution, and they have a generalized form of distribution and use that distribution to derive several parameters, estimation procedure, and study their properties and applications. Here also, this is a generalized the model based on generalized exponential distribution. Like that, you have the models. Okay. The salient features of the proposed ER model are the software system is subject to failure at random times caused by the manifestation of the remaining faults in the system. Each time a failure occurs, fault that caused it is removed before. Like that, you have several, the failures are independent, the model based on failures are not faults. Like that, these are all some of the salient features proposed by the exponentiated, what is the, flexible, another model, the Rayleigh distribution, based on the Rayleigh distribution. Right. Coming to the Bayesian class of models, see, the first model introduced here is little. Okay, something.
Sir, it is okay, sir. Carry on.
No, sorry.
Carry on.
No, something is something. Yeah, 1 second, please. Coming now? Okay. It's okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes.
It's okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I pressed wrongly another button. Okay. The first model developed in this Bayesian class of model is Littlewood and Verall model. This is the basis for the development of new models. The pioneering Bayesian model is the LV model published in the paper JRS, Journal of Royal Statistical Society C, Applied Statistics in 1973. The time between failures are exponential. Again, they start with the exponential distribution. Times between failures are exponentially distributed with a parameter that is referred to as a random variable. Therefore, the parameter also has a distribution treating that as a random variable, which is assumed to have a gamma prior distribution. The gamma prior has very comfortable properties. That is why many people use the gamma distribution as a prior distribution for developing the Bayesian type of models. Successive times between failures are assumed to be statistically independent, and also specifically the successive time between failures Ti, I is equal to 1 to n, are exponentially distributed random variables with the density function. A density function f of Ti given lambda I is equal to lambda I into e power minus lambda I Ti, I is equal to 1 to n. Therefore, this is the distribution for each Ti. The lambda is unknown parameter whose uncertainty is due to randomness of the testing and the random location of the software false. Right. The LV model continues. The uncertainty lambda I is described by gamma distribution with the hyperparameter alpha and pi I, and the density function of the gamma distribution is given by g of lambda I into alpha into pi of I, and these are all the parameters where alpha is the shape parameter and lambda pi of I is the scale parameter depending upon the number of defected falls. By taking different forms of pi of I, linear or quadratic or exponential, different test environments may be described. It describes the quality of the test and it is monotonically increasing function of I. The condition implies that lambda is stochastically decreasing in I as follows. As probability of lambda is less than or equal to lambda is always bigger than or equal to probability of lambda of I minus 1 is less than or equal to lambda. This is the vital condition for developing this Bayesian type of models. And the LV model, from the above two equations, we give the predictive distribution as follows. This is the predictive distribution, and the expectation of UTI is given by this. Now, the development of new Bayesian models. Most of the Bayesian models, including LV model, assume that the time between failures follow exponential distributions, but it is not necessary that it is always exponential distribution. The time between failures of software system in several occasions may follow different patterns other than exponential distribution, Z 1991. Taking into consideration, new parametric empirical software reliability models have been proposed by assuming time between failures follow generalized exponential distribution, Rayleigh distribution, and the Yamada's S-shaped model. The predicted failure times based on the proposed model seem to be closer to the actual failure times. Right. Let us take the generalized exponential distribution. The predictive distribution of Ti for the proposed Bayesian model can be derived to be f of Ti alpha psi of I, and this is again the scale parameter and shape parameter, and it has a closed form. Similarly, expectation of Ti has this form. Now, comparison of predictive power of the Bayesian exponential model, generalized exponential model, with the actual failure times for some AT&T data set. If you look at this, the actual is the blue line. The proposed is almost both of them are closer, and therefore this model predicts the power of the prediction power of the proposed model is very, very high. Again, comparison of Bayesian G model failure times with actual failure times for RAC data. RAC data, this is almost close. This is almost close to the actual data. And the Bayesian SRM model based on G distribution, the parameters of the proposed models have been obtained by the method of least squares by minimizing the following equations. This is T minus expectation of T square. The posterior distribution of lambda is derived to be this. Now, the parameter estimation based on the Rayleigh distribution, the predictive distribution is given by this. And again, if you assume pi of I in different forms, if it is linear forms, we have these equations, likelihood equations. If it is in the quadratic form, you have we have this type of equations. Similarly, the parameter estimation for Bayesian Rayleigh SRM software reliability model, again the exponential form is given by this. The parameters alpha, beta naught, beta 1 are estimated by solving the above equation using a software package Turbo C++ 2008. And this is the Bayesian Rayleigh SRM. The model validation for NTDS data set. See the predictive time between failures by the proposed model. This is LV model. The sum of squares SSC for proposed model, sum of squares for LV model. Here, if SSC here in this model is very less compared to the LV model. Now, comparison of actual and predicted TBS by Rayleigh Gamma Bayesian model. If you have this actual time between failures is the blue line, and the predict time between failures by the proposed model is the violet line, and the predictive time between failures by LV model is the yellow line. Therefore, the proposed model is almost, it is going closer to the real one. Like that, the empirical base software reliability model based on Yamada's S-shaped model, the same type of analysis is done, and we have this type of equations. Finally, you have expected time of Ti plus 1, expectation of lambda I, all these things are derived to be here. And Yamada's S-shaped model, the parameters are estimated by these equations. Again, the similar analysis here. So you see the LV model is here. The proposed model is this line. The actual is this line. Therefore, the predicted model goes close to the actual data set. Now, these are all some of the selected references. And if you compare the mean square error for different data sets, AT&T data set, NTDS data set, RAC data set.
Sir, I request you to kind.
Please, madam.
I request you to please continue.
Yeah, I'm concluding now. Little root Verall Bayesian model has this mean square error for different data sets. The GE empirical base, generalized exponential empirical Bayesian model has this. And the Rayleigh empirical Bayesian model has the mean square error here, and here it is not fitting well. Yamada's S-shaped model for empirical Bayesian model has the mean square error for this data set is this. And when we compare the MSE, see these models have lower MSE than the little Verall model. And here also it is less compared to the little Verall model because we have taken different types of base distribution, and then this exponential distribution, it comes very less. Similarly, here it is less compared to this model. Therefore, the Bayesian models proposed have little predictive power and little mean square error. With this, probably I conclude these are all certain references. One of the papers is here, Damodaran Gopal and Professor P.K. Kapoor, empirical Bayesian software reliability model distribution. Therefore, Professor Kapoor has helped in a big way in developing this paper and our research to our students. Thank you very much, sir. You are here, you are listening to this talk also. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, delivering your.
Please.
Thank you, sir. You have delivered a very nice and informative talk, and the audience that is inspired by your thought and your research in software reliability field.
And see, the work was stopped at that stage, and we can develop the software reliability models using other distribution. Other distributions are there, but the derivation is there, computing power is there. Therefore, the young people can take up. I am already old person, therefore I don't do much on this. But youngsters can take up some work on Bayesian reliability, and they can combine. See the joint two prayer distribution they can take, and they can develop new models. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. Also, sir, we are also going to implement machine learning and deep learning reliability, to enhance reliability.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful insights.
Sir Kapoor, sir, you bless me, sir.
Yeah, you're blessed. Yeah, God be kind to you.
Thank you.
The next session chair is Professor T.V. Vijay Kumar. Dr. T.V. Vijay Kumar is presently Dean in the School of University of Engineering at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He is a professor in School of Computer and System Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Presently, he is also a concurrent professor in the Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. So the next session chair again is Dr. Deepak Kumar, and the speaker is Professor Rajesh S. Prabhu-Goenkar. Professor Dr. Rajesh S. Prabhu-Goenkar is an academician and researcher with rich experience in mechanical engineering and industrial engineering. He holds a PhD from IIT Bombay and has worked as a research fellow at the National University of Singapore. Currently, he is a professor at the Mechanical Engineering Department, Goa College of Engineering. Over to you, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, welcome, sir. Dr. Deepak.
Pranam to Professor Kapoor. I can see both.
Sir is also sitting with me.
Pranam. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So, please, sir.
Yeah, I'm just facing a network issue right from morning, so I'll just put off my video for some time during my presentation.
Okay. No problem. So,
I'll share my presentation. Last. Okay. No. Which one? Okay. Full mode. Next. So is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is.
it is visible.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Respected session chair.
Uh, so, so
Pardon?
slideshow is not. So, can you share the slideshow? Your
Your
desktop is
presentation
saying
is not visible.
your presentation is not visible. Only your desktop is visible.
Oh, okay.
Click on that icon. Just
Currently, I am sharing my screen.
yeah, you are sharing your screen visual. So click on presentation also. Just double click on presentation. Yeah, it is visible now.
Okay.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay, fine. Fine. Thank you. Yeah. So, respected chair, dignitaries from India and abroad who are participating in this conference, good afternoon to all. Let me first thank the organizers, especially Professor P.K. Kapoor and Dr. Vivek Kumar for giving me this opportunity for delivering a talk in such prestigious conference. Actually, last two conferences in this series I had attended in physical mode, but this time also I was offered excellent hospitality, but somehow because of official commitments I couldn't join the physical mode. So that's why I'm joining on online mode today. Okay. So the title of my talk is Risk Assessment Using Recent Uncertainty Theories. So this is a presentation flow. To set the stage, initially I'll just introduce to what we understand by uncertainty, an evaluation of various uncertainty theories, and then go for explanation of nutraceutic sets with an illustrative example of risk assessment using nutrosophic logic, and then go to the plethogenic sets, whereby I'll be showing the ranking of the failure modes using evidential reasoning in plethogenic environment. So uncertainty definition as per dictionary is not able to be relied on or not known or definite. That is not completely confident or sure of something. The lack of certainty, that is a state of limited knowledge where it is impossible to exactly describe the existing state, a future outcome, or more than one possible outcomes. So uncertainty in the data can arise from various sources and can manifest in different ways. And understanding the reasons for data uncertainty is very crucial for making informed decisions and conducting accurate analysis. All of us know this. So there can be various reasons for uncertainty, right from measurement errors or sampling errors, incomplete data, data entry errors, data aggregation, and most of the time subjective judgments. And also we do interpolation and extrapolation in our analysis, thereby uncertainty crops up. Moreover, there are measurement tolerances, data source reliability, natural variances or temporal variability, which something is changing over time, or spatial variability, something changing over space or the location. Or sometimes we make model assumptions, there could be human error or external factors. So there are so many reasons for uncertainty. And whenever the situation is uncertain, the environment is uncertain, our decisions may not be that accurate. So modeling uncertainty is a real challenge. What do you mean by modeling uncertainty? We need to quantify this uncertainty. We want to put it in some mathematical structure, and the parameter values of it we need to define. So quantitative traceable numbers representing uncertainty to modeling, calculations, and simulation that we need to do. So as I said, model uncertainty arises from limitation approximations in our models. Most of the time we assume the things, and it significantly impacts the predictions and decision based on those models. So basically there are two generic type of uncertainty. One is aleatory uncertainty, which is mainly the statistical type, and there is a randomness of variables, and that's why it is a notion of randomness, the statistical or stochastic type, variability in the outcome of an experiment, which is due to inherently the random effects. The other type of uncertainty, which is there is a systematic uncertainty, mainly because of the ambiguity or the vagueness or the lack of knowledge. So these two type of uncertainties, based on this, there are various uncertainty theories that were evolved right from 16th or 17th century, that is classical probability theory, which all of us are well aware of. Then came Bayesian theory, interval arithmetic, and so on. And the scenario totally changed when Professor Lotfi Zadeh, 1965, he came out with fuzzy set theory, and then the things like quantifying the linguistic expressions or ambiguity quantification, vagueness quantification came into focus, and so many theories based on this fuzzy set theory became popular later on. So, like gray system theory, DS theory of evidence, IFST, that is implicit fuzzy set theory, rough set, vague set, neutrosophic set theory by Florentine Sparandace in 1995, soft set theory by Modolso in 1999, info gap decision theory, and plethogenic set theory again by Sparandace in 2018. So these are the various uncertainty theories. So I'll come to the neutrosophic set. This theory has come in 1998. In the earlier slide, there is an error. It is 1995. But it became popular recently from 2018 onwards when he himself introduced the plethogenic set theory. So this neutrosophic set is generalization of fuzzy sets and intuitionist fuzzy sets. A tool to deal with incomplete, indeterminate, and inconsistent information. So in fuzzy sets, we go with the membership functions. Similarly, here also there are membership functions, and it is characterized by ternary membership, which allows the three possible membership degrees. So fuzzy set came out with a single membership concept. Then intuitionistic fuzzy sets and vague set came with the truth and false or membership and non-membership concept. So neutrosophic set given by Smaranlanche came out with three possible membership degrees, that is T for degree of truth, representing the extent to which an element is definitely a member of the set. F, which is a degree of falsehood, representing the extent to which an element definitely not a member of the set. And I is degree of indeterminacy, representing the degree to which an element is neither a member or a non-member. So he came out with this, and I'm going to illustrate with example this theory to the risk assessment. So indeterminacy is quantified explicitly here, and all the T, I, and F memberships are independent of each. So this is a neutrosophic set representation, X with a coarse universe of discourse, then a single valued neutrosophic set over a universe of discourse in an object having the form X will have three membership degrees, TA, IA, and FA. Where TA, that is membership, of course, takes the value between 0 and 1. So T takes a value between 0 and 1, I also between 0 and 1, and F also, falsity also between 0 and 1. So the summation, the supremum of this is between 0 and 3. So this is the theory that he proposed, and this is a graphical representation of neutrosophic set. You can see a hash triangle here where all the three membership degrees are equal to 1, and left side it is addition is greater than 1, and the right side zone it is a zone having the addition of these three membership degrees which is lesser than 1. So usually we start with triangular membership functions. So similarly here I have directly started with trapezoidal single valued neutrosophic number because this I have used in my illustration. So like trapezoidal fuzzy set, we can see here three membership function. Trapezoidal one is ABCD, which is a normal trapezoid like a fuzzy set, but you can see two inverted trapezoids, that is EFGH, that is for I, and IJKL representing F. So truth, indeterminacy, and falsity membership functions are shown here, and again the summation of three membership grades are between 0 and 3. So now I come to the neutrosophic logic operation. So the steps are given here. So usually what we do is we try to extract the information from the experts, and either we do it using the set scales, which do the scales all the way, and then with the linguistic expression we try to map it on those scales. So here, the example I have taken directly in neutrosophic nitrosification of the input variables. Then the second stage is application of nitrosophy operator and implication of antecedent to consequent. So here also we have a fuzzy rule base. So we are going to frame a rule base, and based on that, we are going to use AND operator initially, and then aggregation of consequent across the rules using the OR operation. That is a max operation, and then denitrosification. So illustration is marine engine room fire. So as I work in the field of reliability, risk, and so on, so this is a small illustrative example, and of course we have consulted the experts who are actually the engineers, the chief engineers, retired chief engineers who are working. We are teaching at Institute of Maritime Studies in Goa, and we have taken the data, I mean the linguistic form data from them, and worked out for this illustrative example. I have not said it as a case study because it is very small. The fuel oil system of an offshore support vessel, the impact and damage caused due to fire on account of a fuel system failure, that is leaking of the oil and in contact with the heat source. So we need to estimate the risk or safety of the fuel oil system. So engine room fire may lead to direct damages, that is superficial, as good as nothing, or maybe minor, significant, or severe. And indirect damages could be machinery failure or grounding and stranding of the vessel, etc. So system failures, there are two characteristic or criteria we considered. One is a failure likelihood, that is FL, and consequent severity, that is CS. So nitrosification of input variables, the inputs are taken from the experts in crisp numerical form. Of course, we need not take it in crisp numerical form. We can as well take it in the linguistic form. So here, for example, I have taken it for the crisp numerical form so that it can be made very clear. The membership degree of each input to the appropriate nitrosophic set is determined using the membership functions. So if HN be the crisp nitrosophy value, we need to convert it to the membership grade, that is of the nth linguistic variable in a trapezoidal setting, trapezoidal nitrosophy number, and the formula is given here. It is a simple formula for the finding the mu value, membership value, given the trapezoidal membership function. So mu n and mu n plus 1 is compute if H is between Hn and Hn plus 1, or it is equal to 1 if it is not. So failure likelihood scale we have taken, which is shown here. So linguistic terms that we use are very low, low, reasonably low, average, frequent, and highly frequent. And the trapezoidal nitrosophy numbers are shown there, and the meaning is also given. Actually, this is taken from the literature. Usually, such scales we take from the literature. And same scale is shown here. If you see the figure, the light blue line shows about the truth membership. Then the dark line shows the indeterminacy, and the orange colored line is the falsity function. So this is the scale that we used. Similarly, for consequent severity, we use the scale. For the FL, we use 6 linguistic terms, whereas for consequent severity, we are using 5 linguistic terms or linguistic expression, that is negligible, minor, moderate, severe, and catastrophic. So consequent severity is divided into 3. One is a personal related risk, second one is environmental related risk, and third one the organization related risk. So according to the meaning of each linguistic term would change depending on the type of the consequent severity. So risk level, there we have taken 4. That is the consequent term, that is a low, possible, and substantial high. And similarly, the depiction is shown here below. So like the fuzzy set, so we are going here with the rule base. So with 6 failure likelihood and 5 consequent severities levels of linguistic variables, we can frame the 30 rules. Again, 30 rules are framed here. An AND operator is applied to get a single value in case there are more than one part of the antecedent, that is FL or CS, for a given rule. So minimum is used for the AND operator as usual. And aggregation, the output obtained from all the 5 rules are aggregated and combined to get a single nitrosophy value, that is OR operator use as usual, which is for the max. So denitrosification, so since we have said that we have taken a crisp value, so I have taken the averaging method here. Like in the fuzzy set, we do the center of gravity method or any other method to get a crisp value. So here simple averaging method is considered for illustration purpose. Of course, we can directly take the input in the form of the linguistic term, but here we have taken the CRIS form, and then we have tried to map in the trapezoidal neurotrophic number. So it is shown for FL, CS, and RL. These are the inputs which we got. And since we have the three types of risks, that the personal related risk, environmental related risk, and organizational related risk. So the priority weights are also considered in using AHP from the same experts who have taken the data and try to use the AHP. This is a multi-criteria or multi-attribute decision making method, and to get the priority weights for those three risks. Then the risk computation. For personal risk computation, based on the input, we have found out the neutrosophication of the input variables. So the value which was given was 7.5. So we tried to use the formula which I said about H and Hn and mu n formula which I showed earlier. So we got the mu value for 0.522, the first value for the average, and for the frequent it is 0.47, that is mu n plus 1. And similarly, it's done for CS value for the personal related risk, where we got mu for severe and catastrophic. So with this, we have to fire the rules. So we fired the 4 rules, that is average severe combination, the first one. Second is average catastrophic. Third one is frequent severe, and fourth one is frequent catastrophic. The rule number 19, 20, 24, and 25 are fired. And taking the AND operator, that is minimize operator, we got the value. So the first value for rule number 19, the mu value, what we get substantially is the minimum of 0.522727 and 0.513514. So it is between average and severe. Similarly, for the next one, it is substantial. It is minimum between 0.522727 and 0.486486. So similarly, we get for all the rules, and first 19, 20, and 24, we are getting RL as substantial, and last one, it is mu is for RL is high. So we need to aggregate it. We do it using the OR operator. So when OR operator is used for substantial, you can see that we have taken the maximum of all three values, and for high there is only one value there, 0.477. It comes as it is, and low and possible, of course, mu value is 0 because they are not appearing in step 2. And once we get this value for mu, we again go for de-neutrosophication, and we get a, for personal risk, we get a value as 8.18. Similarly, for environmental related risk, we compute us in a similar way. So here rules fired are 18, 19, 23, and 24. We use a similar procedure and go for getting the de-neutrosophication value for mu, that is RL for environmental risk as 7. And third is the organizational related risk. So there we have fired the 17, 18, 22, 23. Of course, these rules are fired depending on the input given by the experts, and then we go for neutrosophication, and then we get these values, and we aggregate it using OR operator, that is max operator, and go for mu value for this organization related risk for is as 5.431818. So de-neutrosophication process is applied on the results obtained from the aggregation process to get the CRIS. So it is a similar way we do the reverse way like step 1, what we do in the step 1. So the overall risk estimation we need to do later. So weights are obtained using HP that I already said. So RL of a system is the de-neutrosophicated value which we got multiplied by the weight. So mu of RL personal risk multiplied by weight of personal risk plus mu of RL environmental risk multiplied by weight of environmental risk plus.
Sorry to intervene, sir. I request you to please conclude your presentation.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready to do one model anyway. I'll just quickly browse through that, and we get the risk level as 7.03779, and again we try to fit in our scale using the same way, and we get it is a substantial region with membership function is 0.98, something like 98% the substantial risk, and high risk region is 0.01537. So I was having one more model, plethogenic set. So Spandanche also came out with plethogenic sets. I just quickly went in 2 minutes. So there are 4 sets. He came out with 4 sets. One valued membership for crisp and fuzzy, then 2 values intuitionally fuzzy sets, and 3 values membership, non-membership, indeterminacy, neutral. So he combined all this. So in this example, we have the similar steps, but I have taken the example here whereby we are trying to rank the failure modes. So let me skip this mathematics part. So here we are going it with the plethogenic numbers and similar to the nutrosophic numbers. So let me directly come to the illustrative example. So here we have taken the 5 failure modes for steering gear system on board, and we go for the 5 failure modes, oil leakage, high temperature, and so on. And the same 4 experts, they are real experts, though I'm saying, as I have said, those who are saying illustration, they are real experts from whom have taken the data. So there are 5 failure likelihood and 4 consequent severity. And here also there are some calculations whereby we need to go for the contradiction degrees, and we need to go for BBA, that is basic belief assignments, and the mass functions from the evidential reason theory. And with doing those arithmetic, we are going for something like the similarity measure. And with similarity measures, the computation procedure is little bit hectic here, and I have not given the many equations also. We get the weighted score using that similarity measure and the weights of the linguistic expressions, and we finally rank our failure modes, the decreasing order. So in this case, F1 came out to the first, depending on the whatever weighted score we obtained. So here I have tried to illustrate in conclusion 2 models. One is based on the nitrosophic set, another one is a plethogenic set theory. So if anyone would like to collaborate with me in this domain, you are free, and my email ID is given in the abstract souvenir. So at the end, let me thank the organizing team. In Konkani, we call it God bless you as Dev Barekoru. Organizing team, the 25th INBUSH Era World Summit 25 and the 4th International Conference, that is ICR TTBM 2025. A special thanks to Professor P.K. Kapoor, Dr. Vivek Kumar, and Dr. Deepak, who is a session chair, and my PhD student who defended his thesis 3 years back, Dr. Sunai Pai, whose contribution is also there in preparation of these slides. Thank you. Thank you all. With this end, thanks for attention.
Thank you, Professor Prabhu. So your talk is very informative, and all the professor here, researcher, and students are really enlightened by your speech. So I have one question for you. So, sir,
Yes, sir.
you implemented
Nitrosophic sets.
Yes. So, what is the difference between fuzzy and neurospecific in the risk assessment?
Yeah, what is done is here's when some expert is not sure, like indeterminacy, that type of uncertainty he try to quantify in nitrosophic sets. That's the real idea, because truth and falsity membership functions are already there in vague sets, or you can say intuitionally fuzzy sets. So indeterminacy, he has introduced that. Secondly, this was introduced long back, even before me myself doing PhD, but I could not come across it because it became popular in the recent years when we went to the plethogenic set, which he combined everything basically, and nitrosophic set became more popular.
Okay. And so, okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Pranam to Professor Kapoor, you and Vivek and all the audience who are here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your incredible insights on the topic. Now I would like to call Professor P.K. Kapoor to facilitate Professor Deepak Kumar, sir, and Professor T.V. Vijay Kumar. Over to you, Akriti Jaiswal.
Thank you, Mansama. We are now starting with the parallel session 8, and the chairs are Dr. Renuka Nagpal and Dr. Richi Agarwal. Dr. Renuka Nagpal receives her PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, formerly UPTU, Lucknow. She did her master's in Computer Science and Engineering from Guru Jambheshwar University, Hisar. Currently, she is working as an associate professor at Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Richi Agarwal. Dr. Richi Agarwal is an accomplished academic and researcher with 12 years of experience in teaching and research at University of Delhi. Currently serving as an assistant professor in University of Delhi. Dr. Richi Agarwal specializes in innovation diffusion models, a field that explores how new technologies and ideas spread within society and industries. This research area has enabled her, Dr. Richi Agarwal, to contribute significantly to the body of knowledge with several papers published in prestigious national and international journals. I'll request you to please come on stage, or Dr. Renuka Arora. Dr. Richi Agarwal, are you there? Okay, we'll start with the paper titles. So I'd like to call Sanjeevni Shegal, Sachin Kumar, Divya Mehta, Dhruv Yadav with a paper title Prediction of CO2 emission generated from cryptocurrency using artificial intelligence.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Dhruv, and I'm delighted to present a research paper titled "Prediction of CO2 Emissions Generated from Cryptocurrencies Using Artificial Intelligence: Analysis and Reflection from a Sustainability Perspective." So let's come to our first question. What is this research about? Cryptocurrency mining powered by blockchain technology is a process that requires significant computational power and consequently massive amounts of energy. The energy consumption results in substantial CO2 emissions, which contribute to environmental degradation and resource depletion. As cryptocurrency mining activities expand globally, they possess critical challenges to sustainability, particularly in the context of climate change. Research focuses on predicting CO2 emissions from cryptocurrency mining under different energy use scenarios and evaluating the long term impact of these emissions on global sustainability goals. Now let's come to our study objectives. Our study has two primary objectives. First one is energy analysis. We assess CO2 emissions under three energy use scenarios. First being the hydroelectric power, which is the best case scenario. Second being the mixed energy sources, which reflect a realistic scenario. And third being the coal power, which represent the worst case scenario. Our second objective is emission forecasting. We utilize long short-term memory neural networks, a type of artificial intelligence to predict future emissions and evaluate the long-term impact of different energy strategies. Now let's address our next question, which is why is this research important? This research is critically important for several reasons. First being the economic and environmental implications. The rapid growth of global cryptocurrency adoption is driving unprecedented energy consumption, placing immense strain on power grids and natural resources. Second being environmental cost. Cryptocurrency mining is associated with substantial CO2 emissions, which poses a serious threat to achieving global sustainability goals like the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Third being the global scale impact. As mining operations expand, the resulting ecological footprint escalates, impacting both local and global ecosystems. Now, there are several studies which cover all these questions, but there are several gaps that these research poses. Let's talk about them. Despite the growing interest in cryptocurrencies, there are significant gaps in existing research. One being the predictive insights. Few studies provides robust predictive models for CO2 emission trends in cryptocurrency mining, leaving policymakers with insufficient data for proactive interventions. Second being the renewable energy transitions. Current research overlook actionable pathways to integrate renewable energy into mining operations. Third being the focus shift is needed. Much of the literature focuses on cryptocurrency's economic aspect with limited emphasis on its environmental sustainability. Now let's come to our problem statement. Cryptocurrency mining driven by blockchain technology demands massive energy consumption, predominantly sourced from non-renewable energy like coal. This contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions, worsening global warming and hindering efforts to achieve climate goals like Paris Agreement and SDG 13. The critical question we address is, can cryptocurrency mining transition to renewable energy sources to align with the sustainability objectives while maintaining its economic viability? Now let's talk about the data and methodology part. Our data comes from CBECI index covering the period from 18th of July 2010 to April of 2024, covering total of 5030 days. We focused on CO2 emissions from Bitcoin mining categorized by energy sources. First being the hydro only, second being mixed sources, and third being the coal only. We use LSTM neural networks for time series predictions. The data was split into 70% training and 30% testing, with evaluation matrices including RSME and NAIP.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. I request you to give your conclusion statement.
Okay. So now let me conclude my research. In conclusion, cryptocurrency mining, particularly Bitcoin mining using coal as an energy source, possesses a significant environmental threat due to high CO2 emissions. A study shows that transitioning to renewable energies such as hydroelectric power can drastically reduce carbon emission and support global sustainability goals. To mitigate environmental damage, policymakers must incentivize the shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy in mining operations. Future research should focus on the global impact of mining, including hotspot locations and more accurate estimations of the economic and environmental damages associated with cryptocurrency mining. Now let's talk about what's next. Looking ahead, we recommend expanding the scope to investigate the environmental impact of mining and other cryptocurrencies beyond Bitcoin, analyzing mining hotspot locations and the spatial variability of pollutant outputs to assess localized environmental effects. Third, being the developing more accurate techniques to estimate the economic and environmental damages caused by cryptocurrency mining. Exploring regulatory aspects and policies that could encourage the adoption of renewable energy in cryptocurrency mining. Conducting long-term impact studies on the sustainability of renewable energy adoption in mining and its broader impact on the economy and environment. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the valuable research and studies that informed our work. Thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to take any questions or discussion. Thank you.
Excuse me. Hello. Yes. Why you have taken 70% of training data and why 30%? Why not 80 and 20?
Ma'am, because
usually we prefer 80-20 testing and training. Why you have taken 70 and 30 as a training and testing data?
Ma'am, because for testing 20%, I guess I thought it would be small, so we took 30% for testing.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
May I ask one? Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now I would like to call our next presenter, who is Sheetal Singh, Javed Ahmed, Kamlesh Kumar Raghuvanshi, and Parul Agarwal, who will be joining us online with a paper title Quantum Enhanced Mobile Authentication QEMA, a hybrid protocol for mitigating quantum computing risk. So, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I've joined online.
I'd like to say that you have 5 to 6 minutes for your presentation, so please go up with the timings.
Okay.
Thank you.
I hope my screen is visible. Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic of my research article is Quantum Enhanced Mobile Authentication, QEMA, exploring a hybrid protocol to safeguard mobile authentication against quantum computing threats. So, QEMA is a groundbreaking protocol designed to bolster mobile authentication security against the impending threats posed by quantum computing. By leveraging quantum mechanics, QEMA aims to create a secure communication framework that safeguards sensitive user data. It is basically a combination of quantum key distribution and post-quantum cryptography. So it will be the combination mitigates vulnerabilities inherent in classical cryptographic systems, ensuring that mobile devices and authentication servers can securely exchange information. The important features are such as multi-factor authentication and key renewal. These features not only reinforce the protection against the unauthorized access, but also ensure that cryptographic keys remain resilient against potential quantum attacks. Security benefits and scalability considerations, if we consider those. So, QEMA offers significantly security benefits, including improved user privacy and data protection. Its design also considers scalability, making it adaptable for various mobile applications and environments. So, an overview of the key concepts that we have studied. Quantum theory introduces a new realm of computing through quantum mechanics, allowing for complex calculations at unprecedented speeds compared to classical computers. So, unlike classical bits, quantum bits can exist in multiple states due to superposition principle and entanglement, enabling parallel processing and rapid problem solving. The cybersecurity threats that are generated from the advancement of quantum computing, the traditional algorithms such as RSA, ECC will be broken down using Shor's algorithm, endangering sensitive data. So we need to have a quantum resistant authentication to protect against quantum adversaries and that can withstand the capabilities of quantum computers while being efficient for mobile use. So, as quantum computing evolved, the development of quantum enhanced authentication protocols is critical to maintaining security and resilience against emerging threats. Traditional cryptographic solutions face challenges on mobile devices due to resource constraints, necessitating adaptable solutions that maintain security without sacrificing performance. So, this paper is basically structured into 5 sections that we have proposed an algorithm, then results discussion with the future scope. So these are the use cases that we've used. So these are certain protocols which have the use cases, like HTTP is for web browsing, MQTT is for IoT applications, WebSockets for real-time applications, Bluetooth for short-range communications. So our proposed approach for QEMA is basically, first step is the initialization, in which the algorithm will begin by initializing the QKT setup between the mobile device and the authentication server. This setup will be established both using a quantum channel and a classical communication channel for non-quantum data exchange, ensuring sensitive data is transmitted securely. Second step will be quantum key distribution. In this step, the algorithm performs QKD by exchanging qubits over the quantum channel. These qubits are measured to generate a raw quantum key. Following this, key shifting occurs where only qubits measured in the same basis by both parties are retained, leading to the generation of a shifted key. Error correction techniques are then applied to rectify discrepancies, ultimately deriving a final secret key through privacy amplification. Then we include the secret quantum key generated in the previous step is utilized to encrypt the authentication tokens and sensitive data. This integration of post-quantum cryptographic algorithms ensures that the data remains confidential and secure against potential breaches, thus maintaining data integrity during transmission. Then the next step is user authentication, so which is implemented using quantum secure tokens alongside traditional methods. This step encrypts biometric data and passwords with the secret quantum key to create secure MFA tokens, ensuring that only authorized users can access sensitive information. The next step is secure session management. So this step involves generating session key derived from the secret quantum key for secure communication. All the subsequent communications are encrypted with this session key, ensuring confidentiality and integrity throughout the communication process. The second last step involves key renewal and maintenance. So to maintain security over the time, the algorithm regularly renews the quantum keys using in this process, and that includes revoking and replacing compromised keys to ensure ongoing protection, unauthorized access.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. You are left with 2 minutes. I request you to conclude.
Okay, so then the last step is compliance and logging. So the final step emphasizes the importance of regulatory compliance and activity logging. The algorithm ensures adherence to cybersecurity regulations and logs significant events for monitoring and analysis. These are certain hardware and software requirements for mobile quantum authentication. So high performance computing system is required, another stable internet connection, quantum random number generators, quantum transmitters, controlled experimental environment, and a simulator evaluating noise impacts with DM1 and local entanglement solutions. So scalability and performance considerations for the algorithm. So it will be the QEMA algorithm is designed to effectively handle a growing number of users and operational conditions, ensuring that its performance remains robust. And effective key management, second point. The third point is quantum key distribution efficiency. Optimizing QKD protocols is crucial for increasing the speed of key exchanges, which directly impacts the overall performance of the algorithm. So it is the QEMA system enhances security measures in mobile authentication frameworks, ensuring that user data remains protected while accommodating growth. So the conclusion for the study is since quantum enhanced mobile authentication has shown substantial potential for enhancing security in mobile authentication systems by leveraging quantum cryptography, this innovative approach provides a more secure alternative to traditional methods. QEMA can be applied across multiple sectors such as finance and healthcare to evaluate its effectiveness in protecting sensitive data and transactions. For the future development focus, future research will prioritize enhancing the scalability and adaptability of QEMA to meet the demands of various operational environments and evolving security threats, ensuring its relevance in a rapidly changing landscape. It will also reduce. We need to reduce the setup costs. Research will also focus on the reducing the setup cost and increasing the accessibility of quantum cryptographic infrastructure, aiming to facilitate broader adoption of this groundbreaking technology and enhancing robustness and practicality. Thank you so much.
I have a question. What specific security threats you are talking about, QMA? They are addressing which classical systems are not.
The cryptographic algorithms that we are using nowadays are like RSA, which is based on large factor, large factor prime number factorization, which is a very large number, which cannot be done by the classical computers, but it can be handled within seconds by the quantum computers using the algorithms provided by the quantum cryptographic techniques.
You are talking about the algorithms. I am talking about the specific threats which classical systems is not able to address.
The security threats, ma'am, which are going to be
like what are the security threats you are talking about? Specific security or generalized security threat you are talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Moving forward, we have S. Ajita, Apurva M., Ravichandran Krishnamurthy, Reshma KJM, who will be again joining us online with a better title, Leveraging Machine Learning to Predict Customer Churn in the Entertainment Subscription Economy. Are you there, ma'am? So,
hi, yeah.
Ma'am, so you have 5 minutes for your presentations.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Apurva. I'm under the supervision of Dr. S. Ajita, Ravichandra Krishnamurthy, and Reshma. So these are the agenda for my today's presentation. So my research paper title is Leveraging Machine Learning to Predict Customer Churn of the Entertainment Subscription Economy. So sorry. Yeah. So this is the bibliography analysis which I have done using VOS and Viewer for my literature review. So these are my research gaps which I have identified through my literature review, and these are my research questionnaires. I have found 3 questions from my literature review, and the aim of this research is to analyze highly accurate and interpretable machine learning model that gives actionable insight for reducing customer churn in subscription-based business. And the objective of the study is to identify the key behavioral factor that contribute to customer churn, and also to analyze and compare the effectiveness of various machine learning approaches in forecasting customer churn, and to predict the customer attrition of the entertainment platform using predictive analysis. So these are the methods and methodologies which I have used for my research. And this is the conceptual model which I'll be following in my analysis. So the key result for the first objective is here to identify the factors. I have identified the factors from the literature review so that to form a questionnaires, and the questions which I have identified from the literature review have been through the validations of base validation, content validation, and construct validation to know the questions are reliable or not. And then the reliability test has been taken by first 50 responses. There I have got the result of 0.875, which suggests that the data is reliable. And then the data has been taken to factor analysis, which I have done using the SPSS, and there the similar group of factors have been classified. Then the key behavioral factors that contributes to customer churn has been identified. So these are the factors and variables which I have found out through my literature review. So this is my questionnaire design. I had 30 questions, and yeah. So this is the reliability test as I do. So these are the factors which I had before the analysis, and then the factors has been changed after the factor analysis. So this is the like I have done a normality test for my data to know whether the data is parametric and or non-parametric, and I have found out that the data what I have collected is non-parametric. So, and this is the visualization of the demographic factor which I have collected through my survey. And the second object after the analysis, after the factor analysis, the questions has been changed. So now I had total 38 questions, and the train split ratio is 80 to 20 I have taken, which is ideal for the machine learning. And I have used 5 models to predict the accuracy of the data. So logistic model gives accuracy of 82%, and random Foster classifier gives 80%, decision tree classification gives 74%, and gradient boosting and stacking model both gave 45.71% of the accuracy for the data to predict the customer churn. So this is the comparison of all the models. So the summary of this objective is I had done a linear regression to identify whether the training and testing data indicate more like it is perfect or not. So there I got all value as 1, which indicate that the model perfectly explained the variance and the target variable, and logistic model surpasses all other models by providing 82% of accuracy. And third project, I have created an interface, so that this is the interface where the question will pop up asking like, do you use OTT or platform or not? If the responses says yes, then the set of questionnaires will open. So they have to be ranked, they have to provide their rating for those questions, and on the basis of that, the result summary will be appeared. Saying that if the customer is churn or not churn. So this can be used by the OTT or like subscription-based organizations to know whether the customers are churn or not churn, and to know about their behaviors and their opinion. So this is a word cloud which I have created using my open-ended question. So the words like discounts, cashback offers, and all that might provide the that help the business organization to retain their customers. So the future work of this research is to that could explore the integration of additional data sources such as social media engagement and customer reviews to enhance churn prediction accuracy further. And additionally, more advanced machine learning learning techniques such as deep learning can be applied. The overall conclusion of my research is it highlights the importance of behavioral factors in predicting customer churn on OTT platform, and also it identified the behavioral factor contributing to customer churn on OTT platform, and developed a robust machine learning model to predict churn. And logistic regression model demonstrated the highest accuracy, indicating its strong predictive capability, with the random Foster following closely by 80%. Then OTT platform can implement target retention strategies such as personalized content recommendation, renewal offers, and improved customer support to reduce churn and improve customer satisfaction. And the interface incorporates user input and provides actionable insight based on the predictive analysis. So this is the references, and yeah, thank you.
On the basis of which factors you have performed the normality test?
I've done it for my data only, like whichever the data I have collected through my survey. So for that
bibliometric analysis, you have shortlisted certain parameters, right?
Yeah, that is through my literature review.
Yeah, you have performed the bibliometric analysis. Then on what basis? What data set you are talking about in normality test? And one thing more I want to ask, the accuracy for this model, which you are concluding, you have used logistic regression, that is around 82%, right?
Yeah.
Which is very less, right? Can we rely on this model for this to implement for the OTT?
Yeah, like I used almost 5 models, and
when you conclude, when we apply certain models, accuracy is generally above 95%, and you are getting an accuracy of 82%.
Yeah.
And one model, what you are taking, is having an accuracy of 45%. Use the between the models. But can we rely on 82% accuracy?
So that I have mentioned that logistic model has which is giving more accuracy for me, so that I can rely on that model compared to other models.
Can't you work on improving this model so that you get more accuracy, so that
I tried on boosting, but it is also giving the same accuracy.
Okay. And what about the first question answer? That is about the normality test. What are the parameters or what data set you are talking about? Because you
questionnaires, responses from the questionnaires.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Moving forward, our next presenters are Ayushi Agustina Frank, Sanjay Rastogi, and Sikha Kapoor with a paper titled Green AI Strategies for Reducing Carbon Emission and Sustainable Artificial Intelligence Development. Please, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Ayushi Augustina Frank, and we have worked on a paper, Green AI Strategies for Reducing Carbon Emission and Sustainable Artificial Intelligence Development, which is co authored by Dr. Sanjay Rastogi and Dr. Shikha Kapoor. So, we understand how important AI is in nowadays, and we also understand how sustainability is important. Like, why is it important? Right. But do we really think about if we combine both? Like, does it work actually? So my statement will be here that we are like the AI is growing, we are making AI grow by using it daily, but at what cost? So according to the report from International Energy Agency, IEA, to 2022, if we continue to use AI at the same rate that we're using it today, we might use 3%, 3.5% of world's electricity by 2030. So there is a lot of gap between if the AI consumption is increasing, also we are increasing the electricity generation or consumption. So there is a theoretical framework that I have used. These are two theories. First is sustainable development theory, which comprises of economic growth, environmental protection, and social responsibility. The other one is triple bottom line theory, which works on people, planet, and profit. And these are a few literature that I have used. And the objectives are to compare the energy consumption and carbon footprint of various AI models, develop a structured framework for reducing AI's environmental impact through comparative analysis, and evaluate the role of renewable energy adoption in AI data centers and its effectiveness in mitigating AI related carbon emissions. So the methodology is divided into 4 sections. First is data collection. So data on AI model energy consumption and carbon emissions were sourced from mainly sustainability reports. It is a secondary data. I've used secondary data. Also, these sources were selected for the credibility, as access to empirical data, and relevance to AI sustainability. Tech companies like Google and Meta report AI energy data, but independent validation is very crucial, as we understand. So this was cross-verified from the previous studies. Then we have bias considerations. The study recognizes the limitations and of the data and potential biasness. So as I just mentioned, we have cross-validated the findings from previous studies and then incorporated. So we've used comparative analysis as it assess AI models based on their energy consumption, CO2 emissions, and hardware efficiency to determine their environmental impact. This method helps identify trends, and weakness of different models. So according to the data, the table as seen here compares the energy consumption, CO2 emissions, hardware type, and efficiency improvements of various AI models. For example, larger models like ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 3 users consume significantly more energy than smaller models like BERT and Tesla Dojo AI. and while emitting 250 metric tons of CO2 carbon emissions, like CO2 equivalent carbon emissions. In contrast, GPU, that is your graphic processing unit, models like GPT-3 and GPT-4 have moderate efficiency, while TPU, that is tensor processing unit based AlphaGo achievements, achieves a 40% reductions in emissions. These are the hardware chips and hardware type that is being used. So the findings are that Tesla Dojo supercomputer improves energy efficiency by 4x compared to traditional GPU clusters, as Tesla uses a custom chip that it uses. Also, GPT-3 training required an estimated of 1,287 megawatts, producing 552 metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions and contribute higher carbon emissions in that. Also, custom AI chips as used in Tesla lead to much lower energy consumption and emissions, highlighting the importance of investing in specialized energy efficient hardware. While hardware plays a major role, the ultimate sustainability of AI models depend on transitioning AI data centers to renewable energy sources.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. I request you to give your conclusion statement.
Yeah. So this is the proposed framework. So the components are energy efficient AI development, which can lower energy consumption, hardware optimization, which can minimize power usage, renewable energy integration, which decrease dependency on fossil fuels, incentivizing green AI practices, which can motivate businesses to adopt sustainable practices or sustainable AI. And the last is public awareness and ethical AI, which can encourage responsible AI consumption. So as I conclude, green AI presents a critical opportunity to balance technological progress with sustainability. Also, industry-wide adoption of TPUs could reduce AI carbon footprint up to 80% compared to the graphic processing unit, while regulatory measures and incentives can be provided. The findings underscore the need for policymakers, businesses, and research to collaborate in establishing industry-wide sustainability benchmarks. And the future research can focus on developing scalable policy frameworks. Thank you, ma'am.
Presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to ask you one thing. Like you are saying, TP reducing the carbon footprints
as compared to the GPU.
As compared to the GPU. Can you tell me the basis on which you are concluding this?
Okay, so ma'am, the table that we have here. 1 second, please. The data set that was collected basically from it is a secondary data, and like when we saw
this table is only showing like carbon emissions are less in TPU. Like third option, I'm not able to see it clearly.
Which option, ma'am?
Third one.
Okay.
Where high 40% reduction you have written. Third.
AlphaGo.
But on this basis, on this table, you are saying that TPU is having less carbon emissions.
Again, ma'am, it depends on the server. It is not always possible. If
like a little, maybe I'm wrong, but CO2 carbon emissions, like you might have done certain calculations or what?
No, ma'am, this data was available. The emission was available as per the model, AI model. It is mentioned in the sustainability reports.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you for an insightful and informative presentation. Moving forward, our next authors are Nitesh Rohilya, Sanjay Singh, and Mohit Agarwal with a paper titled Analyzing the Key Factors Affecting the Adoption of Blockchain Technology in Residential Property Transactions Using Extended UTAUT Mode. So, are you there? I'd like to call again Nitesh Rohilya, Sanjay Singh, Mohit Agarwal with a paper titled Analyzing the Key Factors Affecting the Adoption of the Blockchain Technology in Residential Property Transaction Using Extended UTAUT Mode. So please respond. Are you there?
Audible? Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, all right. I think some problem. Let me just share my screen. Give me a moment, please.
Before that, sir, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
All right, thank you so much. Is my screen visible? And
yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay, all right. Very good afternoon, the panelists and all the viewers. So, my name is Nitesh, and the paper is analyzing the key factors affecting the adoption of blockchain technology in residential property transactions using extended UTA-UT model, co-authored by Dr. Sanjay Singh and Dr. Mohit Alapar. So, it is important to understand, what is the contribution of.
On your camera if you want.
Hello. Yes.
You can on your camera if you want.
Okay. All right. I'll switch it. Give me a moment, please. Am I visible now?
Yeah, you are visible. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I hope my screen is visible in the slideshow mode.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. It is important to understand about the real estate sector GDP contribution. So it is about 6 to 7% of India's GDP, and being a real estate sector, it is the second largest employment generator in India after agriculture, and it is expected to grow by $1 trillion by 2030. It means that there is a huge demand of the properties. People are moving, people are buying properties in India. So because there's a rapid urbanization driving demand, the population is projected to reach 60 million by 2030, which is increasing a demand for housing in cities. Major cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru, and Hyderabad are experiencing high migration rate due to job opportunities. As we see, there is a huge migration from the villages and tier one, tier two, tier three cities to the tier one cities because of job opportunities, hospitality, services. There's a huge demand. So people are migrating from those areas to cities. But there's a problem with the data which is available. So if people are buying properties, they do not find the authentic data. It means people are buying property on the basis of herd behavior or in the emotional, taking the emotional as a factor. Because the data is available, but at times it happens that data which is available is not, is not reliable, and then it is difficult for a person to decide to buy a property. Comparing properties across different locations require access to structured data set, which at times not available or it is incomplete in nature. Property taxes, resale potential are not always clear in the listing, so that these are some of the issues in the sector. So these are my research objectives to identify what are the factors influencing blockchain adoption. Can we really use blockchain technology in the real estate transaction? So I just identified few factors which can influence the blockchain adoption, and what are the impact of those factors on the adoption. And third is to develop a conceptual framework using UTA-UT model, which is basically UTA-UT model is basically a technology acceptance model. We can say it is a unified theory of acceptance and use of technology model. So this is the literature review regarding the blockchain technology. Some are the positives, some are negatives, some people are actually appreciating this technology. It can be implemented, but some says that there's a huge risk of blockchain adoption. So positives are it can help in keeping record of property transactions by stakeholders, and it can be visible to everyone. It can conclude that technology behind blockchain, the real estate transactions was faster, easier, and cheaper. Some of the, I would say not negative, but people are not actually accepting is in a full potential. Concluding that absence of legal framework because it is a decentralized technology and there is no legal framework behind blockchain technology. So it will be a major barrier in the adoption of blockchain technology, but and reveal that blockchain technology requires a huge investment, one-time investment in the infrastructure development. So this is the literature about UT model. It is a 70% variation of in the technology acceptance across sectors. So UT model accurately predict user adoption of blockchain in the financial transactions. Some of the negative comments or the findings are it highlights that factor like technology anxiety and cognitive load impact users' willingness to adopt new technology, but are not accounted for in UT model. So I'll just quickly go to the hypothesis which I framed. So hypothesis one is there is no significant effect of performance acceptancy on the adoption of blockchain technology. Second is there is no significant effect of effort expectancy on the adoption of blockchain technology. Hypothesis three is there is no significant effect of confidence of respondents on the adoption of blockchain technology. Fourth is there is no significant effect of risk because I have extended the model. I have taken two factors, risk and trust, in the adoption of blockchain. So there is no significant risk on the adoption of blockchain technology. And the last is there is no significant effect of trust on the adoption of blockchain technology. So these are the five hypotheses which I've given. So this is my research methodology. One survey has been designed and questionnaire has been prepared. A list of questions have been prepared and shared to the relevant stakeholders to know their perspective regarding the adoption of blockchain technology. So ultimately, 213 responses were received who were very much familiar with the blockchain technology, real estate, and its adoption. So a sampling method used is purposive sampling and stratified sampling was conducted to do the research. And this is the data analysis. Descriptive statistics was done and inferential statistics were done, where for the inferential statistics, the SPSS 25 was being used to examine the relationship between the variables and testing the hypothesis. And using the same, a CFA and path coefficient analysis were carried out. If that was the demographic profile of the respondents. If you see, the large population is, we can say it is 30 to 40 years age group, which are very huge, and people are very much inclined to adoption of blockchain technology. So if you see, there are most of the respondents was age 40 years. The 39% people are above 40 age. Under 30 years, it is 28.64%, indicating predominantly young demographics likely to adopt technology. 62.44 respondents are male, 26.29 are brokers, 22.09 are investors, and 21.13 are developers. So I have tried capturing data from different stakeholders who are involved in the real estate transactions. So this is the exploratory factor analysis was conducted. So KMO value was 0.79, confirmed that sample sufficiency for the factor analysis. Bartlett test of sphericity, chi-square is p-value is 0.001, further supported the sample sufficiency.
Sir, I would request you to conclude, please.
Okay. This is the confirmatory factor analysis done, and these are the values. Here, what are the key findings from the hypothesis that blockchain technology adoption drive trust, beta value 0.5, p value is 0.001, and confidence, beta value 0.21, and p value 0.011, with statistically significant and substantial impact on blockchain adoption. But if you see the risk, which is, you can see the table, the risk is having the beta value minus 0.48, which signifies that there is a substantial negative correlation with the blockchain adoption. It means that if people think there's a risk in implementing blockchain technology in the sector, people would not adopt it and people will reject the technology. These are the implications of management. It builds trust and transparency, risk mitigation and strategies. It boosts confidence through education. Limitations. This is limited to the NCR region only. Potential self-reporting bias are there. Geographical limitations have an impact on generalizability. Future research, extended model and moderators. Future studies could be explored moderating variables as age, gender, or previous exposure. Longitudinal studies investigating adoption patterns over time would capture change in the user perception. Exploring other variables, future research could integrate additional constructs such as perceived security, regulatory framework, or social influence. So this is the last slide conclusion. The study highlights trust, risk, and confidence are the key factors influencing blockchain technology adoption in the residential property transactions. While trust and confidence encourage adoption, risk act as a barrier. Effort and performance expectancy further emphasize the need for user-friendly solutions with clear benefits. Addressing trust issue, reducing risk, enhancing confidence are essential for broader adoption in the real estate. Thank you so much. Here I conclude my presentation.
Any questions, ma'am? Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Moving forward, we have Rupesh Kumar, Gaurang A. Patel, with a paper titled Deep Learning Based Optimization for Predicting and Enhancing Compressive Strength of High Performance Concrete. Are you there?
I'm audible. Can I share the screen?
Yeah.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Okay, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. Okay, I hope my screen is also visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. So I'm going to start. So, good afternoon to all of us, all of you. My topic of today's presentation or my paper is Deep Learning Based Optimization for Predicting and Enhancing Compressive Strength of High Performance Concrete. In the research, in the study, basically we have implemented, first of all, I will discuss the need of the study since nowadays our traditional approach to optimize the concrete in civil engineering domain is to practically do in laboratory. Practically, we first of all prepare the concrete mix, then we try various trials to find the optimal ratio of each ingredient within the concrete. So here we have tried to apply machine learning model to map the objective function, that means to predict the compressive strength of concrete, and then we have tried to apply multi-objective optimization. We have collected data from various literatures also and from UCM machine learning repository dataset also. Approach that we have used, first of all, we have gathered dataset and then we have prepared dataset, and once we have prepared dataset, we have implemented many machine learning model, and practically that the model that we have used is the deep learning model called feed forward and deep neural network that we have used for further processing. And we have also optimized each hyperparameter of the model using Bayesian optimization technique, and the hyperparameter that we have chosen are learning rate, neural network depth, neural configuration, that means number of neurons per hidden layer. We will also we will discuss about key findings later. This is the dataset description. There were variables, input variables called cement, blast furnace slag, fly ash, water soluble plasticizer, coarse aggregate, and fine aggregate. Also, the concrete age was the input parameter, whereas the output parameter was compressive strength. And using this data set, we have modeled machine learning model to serve as an objective function for the optimization purpose. And these are the variable description with units. All the units were in kg per meter cube except age. Age was in days, concrete age, and the output was in megapascal. We have not seen too much research paper in optimization, rather we have seen multiple papers in machine learning implementation for the prediction of various properties of concrete. But there are very few papers that have implemented optimization, practically concrete mix optimization. So that we have decided to apply optimization along with the machine learning model prediction. This is the histogram distribution plot of each variable. We can see here that all the variable that all the data set that we have collected was having well distributed data samples for each category. For cement, for blast furnace slag, we can see here the range was completely distributed. That means diverse data set was collected, so that model prediction was not biased. This is also outlier plot. We have found some outliers in few variables such as fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, and mostly outliers were found in age, and that we have replaced with median of that feature only. For example, there was outliers in age, so we have calculated the median of the age column, and we have replaced all the outliers with the median so that outliers can be handled. This is the Pearson correlation plot, and we can see here few features was very important. For example, age was very important, cement content was very important, which is also scientific finding till now, or the experimental finding also, that for a concrete, cement content and the age of the concrete is the highly important factor, and these were the positively correlated factors, whereas superplasticizer was also third parameter, which was very important. In terms of negative correlation, the water was found to be the maximum negative correlated, which was negative 0.28. This is the flow chart that we have followed. We have collected data set.
Left, so I would request you to conclude.
Okay, ma'am, I need to move to conclusion, right? Hello. Yes, you are asking me to conclude, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just 1 minute, ma'am. This is the overall result of all the across folds, and we have achieved on an average about 80% of the R2 score. This is the actual versus prediction plot, and the hyperparameter that we have optimized. This is the obtained hyperparameters, or the optimal hyperparameters using the Bayesian optimization. This is the convergence plot of hyperparameter optimization. After few iterations, we have optimized completely. And this is the performance optimization, or the performance improvement by optimization of hyperparameter. We can see here that the model accuracy was highly optimized after the optimization of hyperparameter. This is the partial dependence plot. Here we can see each independent feature, how it is related with the output. Cement was linearly correlated. Few feature was non-linearly correlated. For an example, superplasticizer age was non-linearly correlated. Also, water was non-linearly correlated. So this is the conclusion. We found final model configuration with this. We have used Bayesian optimization, which was successfully optimized all the hyperparameters. We have achieved about 92% prediction accuracy on the test set. And from here, we can see that from the results, we can conclude that we can employ deep learning or machine learning model for the optimization also. These are the references that we have used in the study. Okay, thank you. Thank you from my side.
Yes, you have worked on the performance optimization, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me, like, you have worked on the cost optimization factor for implementing this optimization, performance optimization?
You are asking about objective function that I have chosen, right?
Yeah, yes. And one thing, like, you might have worked on the resources for performance optimization. Maybe it is going to increase the cost.
Yes, ma'am. Cost, there are multi-objective optimization. There can be multi-objective optimization. In this case, we have only optimized compressive strength. So there can be multiple objectives also, that is cost minimization, compressive strength maximization, similarly performance increase.
Only one parameter, that is performance optimization.
Yes, I have only considered one parameter, which is the performance optimization or compressive strength optimization.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Moving forward, now I would like to invite Dr. Aditya Kumar, sir, to facilitate Dr. Renuka Nagpal. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our lunch break. Please proceed for lunch and enjoy your meal. We'll resume here itself, so kindly be on time. Radha Singhal with a session in Innovation and Management Technology. Dr. Anuradha Singhal. Dr. Anuradha Singhal is Assistant Professor at Shyam Prasad Mukherjee College for Women, University of Delhi. She has done PhD from Department of Computer Science, University of Delhi. She has 12 years of experience at Delhi University. Also, she has worked as IT analyst with IBM India and has industrial experience of 4.5 years. Her research interests are information hiding, Stangelis, machine learning, deep learning. She has publication both in journals and conference of high repute. Next here is Dr. Rajni Sehgal. Dr. Rajni Sehgal is an associate professor at Amity School of Engineering and Technology with 90 years of teaching experience. She has published over 41 years papers. She has published 14-year research papers in reputed journals and conferences. Her expertise lies in software engineering, data mining, and artificial intelligence. She is actively involved in research and academic development in these fields. Dr. Shegal is dedicated to advancing knowledge and mentoring students in emerging technologies. Ma'am is here, so we are starting with the paper titles. So our first author is Pratibha Rajwat, Mandeep Mittal, Biswajit Sarkar, and Anil Dhandam, who are joining us online with a paper titled Three Elegant Supply Chain Management with Imperfect Quality and Carbon Emission Constraints. Sorry for the inconvenience. Our author is Akash, Abhishek Bhushan Singhal, and Neha with a paper titled Decoding Brand Loyalty in the Digital Age, a study of Amazon's customer satisfaction metrics. And the authors are joining us online. Okay, sir is joining us offline. Thank you, sir. Please do the honors.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm here to present my paper. Title was Decoding Brand Loyalty in the Digital Age, Study of Amazon Customer Presentation. So, this paper is actually contributed by three authors, that is me, Dr. Akash, and Abhishek Bhushan Singhal, and Dr. Neha. So, I am the assistant professor in the Department of OR in Ramanujan College, University of Delhi. And so, first of all, there are two main things is that as we know that Amazon is in right now there is in one of the global e-commerce technology as we can see, and as because the importance is I don't think so. There's another company who is actually the that much customer centric that actually is Amazon, and everybody is actually doing an online shopping in right now. So if you are doing online shopping and the Amazon who has a bigger customer you can say market for that, they are actually distributing in India and everywhere all over the world. So there are two crucial points for the Amazon is the customer satisfaction and the customer loyalty. How they can actually get the satisfaction from their customer and how they actually get the more loyalty from their customer so that they can actually enhance the sale. For that, Amazon has the one of the important point is available with that is online reviews. They have one of the crucial data available because as you know already know that Amazon is a company, US based company where the people are actually relying on the online reviews only. So they didn't have that much time to talk with each other, and that they can actually get the insight from what they are feeling about the product. So you are just getting the all of the information through the reviews only. So it is one of the crucial part of that Amazon company that they are getting the views of the product from the customer point of view through the reviews. So that's why in this our study we are actually wanted to that how the basically product quality, website quality, and online reviews combine of all these three is actually impact on the satisfaction, and if the satisfaction if they are impacting on satisfaction positively, then how they are actually getting back the loyalty from the customer. Okay, so that's why I can just show you that my one of the main research framework which we are trying to do is there are online reviews, product quality, and website quality. how these actually impact the satisfaction, and then further it's actually impact to the loyalty. So there are four hypotheses. This basically try to check it that how online reviews has a positive impact on CSCL, product quality, website quality, and then customer satisfaction. Each and everything we actually get the with the two construct as we can see in this research model. So we just apply the structural equation modeling and partially it's a square, and we are just getting the primary data of 211 samples, and then we actually check it. So this is some demographic profile of the people actually submitted the data. As you can see, I don't think so that I need to much discuss this in detail. We just go forward. Is that there are 42% are 45 above, and then people are is actually less than 18 or 37%, and you can see there are more of the male people is available here. And we have also talked on, we'll ask some question that why you choose purchase Amazon. So mostly people was in fast and affordable users. That's why they actually follow the Amazon, as you can see in the data. And what kind of product they purchase from Amazon, and they actually we are getting high is like electronic products are highly demand, and then they come to the grocery, health and beauty product, and then least they are actually using it for other material except the jewelry and all. So as you can see, this is the data. Now we are going for the descriptive statistics. As you can see, there's in Thornburg alpha is every construct is more than 90%, and then average variance expected, and then Cronberg. And what is the Cronberg alpha is actually how you can check that whatever the questionnaire you have actually created is how the authenticity of whatever the question you have actually asked from the customer. So the construct key to authenticity of that is actually checked by the confidence alpha in the statistics that we can show that it's more than 90%, so it's already acceptable. These are the correlation, which is also you can see how online reviews are actually correlated with others and non-product quality is correlated with others. So these are also you can see positively, and this is what the actually after applying the SCM PLS we can see where when we are getting the goodness of it is 81% at the place of customer satisfaction, we can see that. And if after the satisfaction, when it's to loyalty, your goodness of it is actually increasing, which shows that whatever the model we actually put it on the data, it's actually acceptable. It's more than 80% acceptability of that. So through that relationship and brand loyalty, customer satisfaction of Amazon, we actually see, and so the result is basically shows that significant and positive impact on customer satisfaction. And because the satisfaction will enhance, the loyalty will also be enhanced, as we can see in this results. So these are the implications that Amazon has very fast review process, enable to the buyer to coming the things and bought. And it is one of the most important e-commerce form, which is actually giving you a good level of online review content, and there are a lot of innovativeness they are showing year by year, if you can see in the data of online reviews. Okay. So there are some limitation that we have actually taken the one data set we can check and one more data set also, and we can also extend the various type of resources or different type of data set in that, and we can actually check this model also on, I can say, travel industry also, like TripAdvisor and all. Okay, so thank you. If you have any question you can ask. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, please.
First of all, I like to congratulate Akash that you have really presented good work. After that, I like to know what was the size of the data set that you used for this particular paper?
And 211 respondent. Actually, we have taken the data of around 300, but removing the outlier, we are getting to 211, the relevant data set.
Only 211, and you have, I mean, see, I'm sure you must be thinking to expand it on the bigger data set, of course. But in the era of AI, where we are, dealing with such a large amount of data, can you please justify why you have taken such a small data set?
Surely, I get this. But first of all, this is not a secondary research; it's the primary research, ma'am. And I didn't apply any machine learning model because I had applied in structural equation modeling in PLS. Whereas actually, we can actually talk about that this is a era of AI and all. That this is all we are talking about the secondary data. We are talking about the primary data, and we cannot remove it from the picture.
And in the primary, as you already know, it is very hard to get the questionnaire collecting, and you can get
No,
the,
but you have taken the customer satisfaction reviews from the Amazon.com, and I'm sure the dataset must be freely available for various products.
Yes, ma'am.
Because Amazon is such a widely used platform, so there must be. I'm very sure the data must be widely available.
If we actually take the secondary data, ma'am, it can be highly, because if we are extracting the online reviews data from the Amazon, I have also done the research in this area, although that is actually the big data. But here is, I am just focusing on the primary data. Or the primary data is very hard for us to, in a limited time, if we are talking about. So hardly we just get the data in that sense. If we can see all the literature, the people are working in this area, we can say not more than 300, 400 respondent data we can see in the SCM PLS field, if we can see that. So on the basis of the past
So
research,
how, okay, agreed upon your point that since you were working on the primary data, so you were able to collect only 211 responses, but then how do you, how do you plan to expand this in the future? Because
yes, ma'am,
in the real-time scenario, you need to expand it. This is very sure. So how do you plan to expand it?
I'm just planning, ma'am, because in future what I'm planning is that we can go for a bigger research. If we are getting, I'm trying for getting the research project from the Institute of Eminence. I'm trying on that. I'm working on that so that I can get some 1 year spent, so that I can get the bigger data set and I can give some time to fill the people to the response. Because in the limited time I cannot go with that, and I need some some money from the research project also, and I'm working in so that 2, 3 my students and go, and we can actually work together on that. So I'm working on that also as a research project.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Let me see this side, sir.
Hello.
Can you see? I am here on.
Okay.
Can you show me your variables? How many variables you are having in the data set?
So this is my research framework.
Okay. Now tell me, what is the sampling techniques for selecting a data?
The sampling is there are a lot of techniques are available for selecting the data, but I just select because random sampling. I just send the email to the people, and then as I get the responded in that, I just because many people is I just ask the question that how many people are using the online shoppings or not. If people say yes, then I will go forward. I didn't use any that technique because I just apply after that and pre-processing in the data, and then I'll get it. I didn't restrict for any particular technique in that.
First of all, whatever you are saying is not called random sampling. That is called convenience sampling. Right? One part. Second thing, I do not know whether how much you know about SCM. SCM is a thumb rule. The number of the variable which you have, at least that 25 data set should be per variable. So whatever the data set you are having, around 210, that is not sufficient enough even to conduct SCM. Right? Second part, you had mentioned there are many studies having 300 variables. I would say go and read management studies. We have 3,000 variables also. I myself has conducted 1,200 data set, and when we have conducted, right? After that, taking more data set is not feasible because no change will come in whatever the response. Second thing, what is your contribution? Because there are thousands of studies which say satisfaction will lead to loyalty, right? What you have contributed from your side?
Satisfaction is lead to loyalty in every product is available. I'm not talking about this is my contribution. My contribution is to one of the construct that I'm involving in that is for online reviews. I'm just talking about the managerial response.
Where can you show me in the detail what which
because it's not available in that. It's available in it's a work in progress.
But you are presenting a final
final publication. This is a result which I got in 2011. This is a data which I am presenting here till now. I have already told to them that I am working on that and is in future in the more data.
No, whatever you are giving us results and whatever recommendation you are given, you sound us one of the hypothesis 82% variance has been explained, right?
On the basis of that data, the data is available.
What results you have drawn after doing this analysis of this particular model?
Result is that only the satisfaction lead to the loyalties and positively impact of online reviews and customer satisfaction.
But this is not a result. I think you should relocate. This whatever you are saying.
It means what you are saying is online reviews will not impact satisfaction.
We are not talking about what it will affect or not. We are saying the methodology or the way you are doing the research is not appropriate to give the conclusion which you are drawing. One part. Second thing,
How it means online reviews is not impact satisfaction. If you are saying this, then we can go with that, na?
Just listen very carefully. Do you know what was the theoretical model for this data? This research framework, how you draw this? Can you tell me this? How you get this research framework?
By reading the literature.
That is the fundamental issues. First, you should know what is the theoretical framework from where you are drawing. After that, let me complete it, right? Whatever the statement which you are drawing, I have not seen your questionnaire, I have not seen your data, whatever the statement you put it down there, right? Until unless it is not going with the whatever the latent construct which you are showing here, right? That will not be right statements to be used in your questionnaires, right? So whatever you are saying that it will not lead, because this is called researcher bias, right? It can be, it cannot, depending upon what sample you are drawing, how you are conducting the research, what level of error you have conducted, right? How much bootstrapping you have done. Thousands of things are there. And if you run in PLS, right? And if you are taking mediating effect, what mediating effect it is explaining by customer satisfaction. Can you tell us what the mediating effect is there?
Mediating means moderating.
Your diagram is showing mediating effect only. Right? Can you explain what mediating effect customer satisfaction is showing here?
Mediating effect is that customer satisfaction leads to loyalty.
What is mediation?
What has come in between that?
I think you have to relook it. You are still nation state to know about mediation. I see. Don't take it as positive. What ma'am was saying and what we are saying, because there are default mistakes are there. So if you want to improvise, please relook it.
I already told you this is a work in progress. Research is never ending process. No?
We will speak after the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. We appreciate the time and efforts you put into sharing your knowledge with us. It was both informative and thought-provoking. Moving to our next author, we have Ravina Rastogi, Adya Pandey, and Rishi Ora, who are joining us here with a paper titled Evolving Education, Redefining Learning in a Digital World. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. It will be here.
Please check. Once.
ये आगे कैसे बढ़ेगा? Good afternoon, all the dignitaries. I, Pravina Rastogi, along with my co-host Adya Pandey, standing before you to deliver something very interesting: the evolving education and redefining learning in digital world. So we are starting with the introduction. So the arrival of the digital era has notably modified the methods, instruments, and approachability of learning and development. So as we all know that yes, learning and development become a huge part. After the COVID-19, it all become the digital. Pen and paper era has been gone. So now, with the hike of the internet, mobile innovation, and digital platform, education and skill acquisition have become more supple, customized, and scalable. We can easily reach to any platform to get knowledge, to gather knowledge, to get deep knowledge. This paper explores the impact of these changes, opportunities they generate, and the challenges they bear. The increment of the digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, mobile devices, and social media has amended the way we learn.
So the artificial intelligence came a long way. Like in the past time, the computers are the real artificial intelligence for all. But now it just came across the Chat GPT, Chat Gemini, and the DeepSeek is the new trend. So by researching the complex relationship between technology, learning, and development, this study aims to contribute the ongoing contribution on utilization potential digital technologies. So this is the literature review, and now we are moving for the research objective to analyze the impact of LMS, which means Learning Management System, on the learner engagement and academic performance. Now the research gap comparison with traditional learning. So the traditional learning is totally different from the current learning. Now we are totally depending on the digitalization, long-term impacts on the learners.
Now, moving forward toward the methodology of this research was on qualitative studies existing on the pre-A researchers and the literature observational studies that was conducted on digital learning. Data that was collected from academic journals, reports, and educational institutional websites that implemented in the real world learning and development environment. Now moving forward, how digital tool in upskilling and growth. The digital learning tools range from LMS like Module, Art, or Collective, Kahoot, or Quizlet. Kahoot excels in game-based learning with a variety of quizzes format, while Quizlet offers diverse studies such as flashcards, text to ease education.
Artificial intelligence in upskilling and growth. AI moduling, the LND, through customized learning experience, automating managerial tasks, and providing real-time suggestions. So what is AI? AI contributes to multiple aspects of learning and development, such as customized learning, modifiable delivery of content, decision making based on data, and virtual assistant and guidance. Artificial intelligence includes a wide range of technology such as machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision, and robotics.
So the challenges that we all have faced in this post pre-COVID things, we were not so much involved in the digital era, like online classes and everything. We used to have traditional learning methods, but post-COVID, according to the 2020 reports of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, 95% of the students in the country, like Norway, Switzerland, Austria.
Sorry to interrupt. You guys are left with 1 minute, so I'll request to conclude.
Australia have accessed computers for learning. Only 34% of the students in Indonesia have a sample opportunity. Moving forward to the future trends like upskilling and growth, virtual reality, augmented reality are the new things. Medical students are using virtual reality to stimulate surgeries and AI to enhance their interactive learning in the classrooms. Data analysis and learning analytics are also being used. So for the future, virtual reality and AI is quite useful for the upscaling and growth.
So now I'm going to conclude this PPT. The digital era has decisively altered and the landscape of learning and development. While there are difficulties and challenges such as the digital split and issues with learner engagement, the opportunities granted by digital tools, AI, immersive technologies are too significant to ignore. As we move forward, it will be essential to ensure equitable access to the digital learning resources and to continue researching for the most effective ways to blend technologies education. Thank you, and we are open for the suggestions.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
I'd like to know what was your contribution after doing this literature survey on the tools available in the digital era in the present scenario?
Ma'am, it's totally depends on the after COVID time, post COVID time. Like before COVID, we are totally dependent on the pen or paper, but now we are totally going. We are opting for the digital platforms like
Yes, I could see that you people mentioned that now more people are offering for LMS, but I want to know what was your contribution.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, I would like to answer your question as we are beginners in this field of research, and it is a qualitative research that we are doing. and 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 ma'am, we also use it in college that for our presentations and etc. And for the and NPTEL are the courses like IITs and IIMs are offering their courses digitally for learning and the upskilling of the students and for the upcoming managers also. We have also covered our NPTEL certificates that have been provided by our college.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you,
Ma'am, whatever you are showing to us, that is easily available on internet. Okay, so what are your contribution in this? Because you have not given us any statistics that how.
Ma'am, firstly, it's not a quantitative data, and the second point is we mentioned that Kahoot and Quizlets. We worked on the Kahoot and Quizlet, and we found that
Also you should prepare some questionnaire. You should collect some data and you should present in the research study.
Ma'am,
Because this is the whatever you have shown us now, it is easily available on internet. One can easily open any of the article and can read this.
ma'am, definitely. As she told that we are totally new for this. This is the first presentation. That's why I asked you to. We are open for the suggestion.
Just do that.
Thank you. Definitely. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, moving on to our next presenter, and the authors are Madhav Srivastav and Anita Kohli, with a paper titled Promoting Business Sustainability and Assessment of IMF's Role in Financial Stability and Sustainable Economic Growth 2004 to 2024. Madhav Srivastav and Anita Kohli, are you there? You guys have 5 minutes for your presentations. Thank you.
Yes. Desktop files में होगी डेस्कटॉप पे तो पता नहीं पेन ड्राइव उन्होंने दी थी उनके उसमें जो सामने बैठे हुए हैं उन्होंने उनको पेन ड्राइव दी थी उनके उस पर डेस्कटॉप पे क्या कहाँ पे पता नहीं मैं उनसे पूछिए हाँ ये सामने बैठे हुए हैं ये फोटो ले रहे हैं फोन से सर्च कर लीजिए ना माधव के नाम से MAT मेल
Good afternoon, dignitaries. Today, me and my co-presenter, Dr. Anita Kohli, will be presenting a paper promoting business sustainability and assessment of IMF's role in financial stability and sustainable economic growth. So, our basic objectives here is to tell about the evolution of IMF's portfolio and understand how they've handled crises and also understanding how they've done sustainable development. So, we're going to be focusing on 3 specific crises here, majority 2, but also a focus on 3rd, which is 2008, which is the financial crisis, 2023, which is COVID, and around the European debt crisis that happened in 2010 to 2019. My hypotheses are that IMF's policies have had a significant impact at promoting financial stability, and their policies have had a significant impact in implementing sustainable economic growth. Review of literature, studies effort, methodology. My methodology is mostly qualitative analysis, which basically make sure that we understand what data sources we use, analyze them, and take our approach of actually putting out how IMF has worked during these crisis periods, and in general, what have been their lending and overall policy development. The rationale is basically by explaining my crisis areas, so why I've chosen these specific crisis areas, And these include the three major crises I was talking about, which is the global financial crisis, COVID, and the evolution phase, which includes the European debt crisis. Pre-crisis period, a general explanation for that before 2008, it was general worldwide growth happened, average 4 to 5%. Most of the countries had very good capital inflows, but there were vulnerabilities that led to the financial crisis or were causes that caused the financial crisis. And therefore, we have a lot of economies that had good capital inflows and good rising GDPs. Now we come to the global financial crisis. Till now, IMF has really not focused on sustainability till this time period. But now, since the financial crisis happened, a lot of financial stability measures were taken that had been done by the IMF. First of all, your SDR commitments rose to 195.2 billion, which is 10 times the pre-crisis levels. A lot of flexible credit lines and precautionary liquidity lines were sent out, was basically credit at easy terms. And a lot of outcomes happened that after countries that were there in IMF, these countries bounced back faster and were much better off in a position than non-IMF countries. Post-financial crisis. This was a relatively base time where after we have bounced back from the financial crisis, it's about stabilizing the economy and making sure that we actually grow towards what we were before the crisis. So a lot of stabilization, a lot of, you would say, business sustainability was now introduced. So as I mentioned before, as the economy became more stable and you understand that the economy now has bounced back in 2008, we have a lot of market confidence and foundation for sustainable business practices. A lot of green bond investment in general towards the sustainable crisis and making sure that this economy that has gone down due to the economic crisis now bounces back and becomes much better and has a stable baseline now. Now the global pandemic comes. Now this again becomes a point where IMF a lot of financial stabilization had to be done. So therefore we had a lot of GDP contraction, a balance of payment crisis, and a lot of SDR money basically was lent to these countries. So again, IMF countries that were in IMF had a much more better benefit than the countries that weren't in the IMF, and I have some stats and graphs also that will also show that in my presentation. So this is SDR amount that was given during these specific time periods, breakdown by regions of IMF funding, GDP growth for IMF supported countries versus non-supported countries, where we have pre-crisis, post-crisis, and during crisis. You can see most of the times IMF countries have a better of actually surviving the crisis and actually bouncing back from the crisis. External debt to GDP ratio. The only off point here is that countries like Greece and Portugal had higher debt post-crisis due to austerity-heavy measures, meaning that they had to cut down on taxes, they had to cut down on spending. But IMF has grown from that, from focusing on more on austerity measures to actually growing towards sustainable development, and I'll be going to that shortly. IMF back.
Requesting you to conclude, please. You are left with 1 minute.
Sure. In general, IMF has a lot of climate-related financial assistance. A comparison, it's more focused on sustainable businesses, stability and sustainability, 2008 crisis, COVID-19 and beyond, sustainable and financial resilience, more flexible credit lines, less austerity, emerging challenges, a lot of suggestions which make sure that less austerity, making sure that there is more financial development in terms of sustainable development, and also simplifying conditionality that existed before. Some limitations, scope of paper. Thank you. Any questions?
Sir, I mean the study that you have conducted focuses on, of course, the financial growth, but any literature survey that you can cite, or any data set which you have used?
I've used mostly data from other studies and mostly IMF data that is available to the public. So this data set was already published by the IMF. So that was the data set was used. No study and questionnaires were taken per se, but the data set, if you're mentioning that is taken straight from IMF. And my study basically analyzes that and gives it to you in that form.
Okay, and what is the crux of the study? In which direction are you planning to move in the future?
Ma'am, the whole crux of the study is where we're analyzing the fact that 20 years specific time period was taken specifically because of the fact that we had three major crises, as I described. Was one which was 2008, 2020, and the European debt crisis that happened to specific countries, not as big of a world crisis per se, but to specific European Union countries.
So what part of what part do you plan, what part do you think will be benefited from the study, and how?
Yes, ma'am, just
to kind of, yes, your question is actually related to the previous question. So essentially the study is given the amount of turbulence that the world is seeing, right? Both the geopolitical bit as all leading to a lot of turbulence as well. If you look at the Ukraine-Russia war that is happening, the freezing of the assets, the amount of support that is required, and so many others, uh, you know, struggles which are happening across the world, uh, the whole financial system right now requires a lot of intervention. Of course, like we mentioned, in the last 2 decades, last 20 years, IMF has intervened in each of these three and has substantially supported the various economies, the members, of course, member countries, which includes a lot of developing countries, also include low-income countries, and we are basically the whole study focuses on that with more turbulence times to come, and the need for sustainable economic development and not just economic development, and at a country level, how can IMF, we've made certain suggestions as to how IMF can further strengthen this pillar in the world.
So, when you talk about it, is talking about sustainable development. Which sustainable goal are you referring to?
Ma'am, all the SDGs will come in. All the 17, almost all the 17 SDGs will get impacted because we are talking about IMF basically supports countries. When the countries have a financial problem, a deficit at the country level, it is supporting the country. So all the SDGs come into play. It's not any one SDG. As it is, many of these have interplay. But when we are talking about IMF is like the RBI of all the countries. That is what IMF does, the Indian Monetary Fund. So every SDG is being touched when we are talking about financial support to a country.
Okay, thank you.
International Monetary Fund. Is the hypothesis good enough, or you want to see the objectives? The first one is only talking about the architecture, the member and the non-members. There is, I think I would like to focus on the hypothesis. Objectives would not really help too much. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, sir, if you look at this particular slide, we have used data starting right from 2004. This is only about the publications. So these are only publications of other authors, but data we are using from 2004 onwards. If you look at any of our work, we have certainly included, and all the data that we have used is from 2004 onwards.
What this data is reflecting, what reflection we are getting from this data?
Sure, sir. So for this one, this basically talks about the financial support. The SDRs, that SDR is basically the financial support which IMF gives to the countries.
To whom? Which country?
It's a set of, sir, 133 member countries.
So you want to say that it is 130 countries data which you are showing us?
This is the sum total of SDRs.
So do you feel the researcher, a single-handed researcher, can compare 143 countries data?
Sir, this data is available with the IMF. IMF is putting it in the public.
I know what data is available with IMF. I am saying as a researcher, there are premises which we define before doing a research.
Yes.
Right? And whatever you are saying that so much data is there, I am going to utilize that data, or I am showing evolution, because your entire research is going haywire, right? So if you are going sustainability also, you are talking about all the 9 SDG goals also you will compare, and you are saying that I am whatever the results will come.
So let's go slowly.
Let me complete.
Yes.
After that, I will give you a chance,
So-
right? So whatever you may see, it is your choice how you want to conduct the research. My suggestion is that it has to be focused rather than broadening just for the sake. Just you have so many objectives, you can take out one or two. And I don't feel any research needed evolution in another aspect, right? If you are talking about impact, also your second hypothesis which you are mentioning, IMF policy initiative between 2004 for sustainable economic growth have no significant implementation of whom you are, which types of which set of countries you are looking. Because if you are saying 139 countries, I don't feel it is easy for a researcher to. If you can do, you got so much resources, then it is a different thing. But I have never seen anybody has done this such an exhaustive study in single paper also that.
Okay.
Right, one part is there, and I think if you are taking that data, how you are analyzing that data? Well, if you are saying 2004 to 2004, you are showing just bar diagrams. Bar diagrams are not sufficient in it is called inferential statistics. You require to have some descriptive, it is called descriptive, and you have to go with inferential statistics also, showing the impact, whatever the variables you are considering. And when you are saying 9 SDG goals, I think SDG goals, and when IMF, that UN has defined the SDG goals, you have to define that also, which year they have defined and why they have defined, right? Then only you have to relate with your studies. Anyway,
I would like to react.
Please
to
go
your
ahead.
questions. Sir, we never said 9 SDGs. There was a specific question from the esteemed judges as to which SDG we are targeting, and we said IMF is an international body. It is the central bank of all the countries. So, in effect, if we are talking about economic growth, it is taking care of each SDG, more or less. That was my statement. We have not selected any SDGs. We have not got into that. It is not part of our work. We are not looking at even the comparative impact.
I think you had given one statement also. It is working like RBI of India. It is, you had given that statement.
It is the
You are saying
RBI
central
of all the countries.
It is the RBI of all the countries.
Yes.
I think you should relook it. Because IMF has nothing to do with the independent countries working. They have their own sovereignty. IMF is a part which has been created by most of the countries.
Sir, IMF is International Monetary Fund. We are not talking about International Financial Corporation here, which works as a commercial multilateral institution and lends and invests. IMF is supporting countries, not companies. Fine. So, sir, firstly, I would like to react on your observation, sir. So, IMF, I again repeat, is about countries and not at company level at all. It is, if, say, for example, India had an issue in the 1990s. India as a country had financial difficulties in the 1990s, so it went to IMF to borrow. In case a specific company, let's say a JP Green or a XYZ hydropower project wants to borrow, it goes to IFC.
I think no need. I'm not talking about companies. I know very well it is IMF is supporting countries or whatever the economies are there, right? Yeah. I am just saying the level of expansion you have done, it has to come focus part one, because whatever you are saying to that judge, I was hearing out that you are saying it is going to affect all the 9 SDGs which you have mentioned.
17, sir.
Whatever right now you're saying 17, that you're saying all the 17s are going to affect it.
Should be impacted to my mind, but I am.
But I think you are focusing on sustainability part which you are mentioning in your report.
Yes, sir. Our work is focusing only on IMF's impact on the financial stability of all the countries. We are not even comparing developed and developing or low income and high income. At times we might have specific commentary on the countries, but we have not done any comparative grouping of the countries and discussed the impact separately. कि developed countries पे impact ज़्यादा है कि developing countries में, we've not done that comparison.
all in all, everything and anything that IMF does in the last 20 years, how has it impacted the financial stability in the world? And second, our objective and hypothesis is about how their actions, our financial support, has impacted in implementing sustainable economic growth. Again, our scope of study is not getting into whether they are helping the developed nations more or they're helping the developing. That is not the scope of the study. Overall, how their actions have impacted sustainable economic growth in the on earth. That is the scope of our study, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And we've taken note. We need to have a little more uh, inferential. I've taken note of that, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind work.
Thank you, Nada Srivastav and Anita Kohli, for such an insightful and engaging presentation. Your expertise and perspectives have truly added great value to our discussion today. Moving forward, we have Ashish Bhalla, Prashant Dev Yadav, who are joining us online with a paper titled The Effectiveness of Digital Financial Literacy Training in Promoting Financial Inclusion Among Gig Workers. So, you have 5 minutes for your presentations. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, all the dignitaries. So today, my paper topic is the effectiveness of digital financial literacy training in promoting financial inclusion among gig workers. So I'm Ashish Bhalla, and with my co-author, Dr. Prashant Dev Yadav. So, in today's scenario, as we see in economy, whether is in developing country or developed countries, the gig workers rapidly increasing day by day, and is a non-traditional jobs like freelancing. But in the study says the gig workers from various industry not able to manage their financials properly because they have to struggle to manage their income because of income is not fixed and saving or investment effectively. Moreover, digital financial literacy training can help gig workers to understand the financial tools available for better money management. Also, the study focused on why digital financial literacy training promotes in financial inclusion among the gig workers. So I mainly use the secondary data from various sources like I use literature reviews. I go to the company's research like PwC and Accenture, and I found that still gig workers is facing a challenge to manage the money in financial stability. Like they are having a lack of knowledge as well. Like I already said that they are in stable income. They are having unstable income, so they are not able to manage their financial properly. So I usually do a study from different government reports and financial institution, and my research is mainly focused on financial literacy training. So as I go through the various literature reviews, so one thing is majorly comes from their financial education program, and lack of flexibility in the income is majorly hit the gig workers. Also, the lower end of economic ladder may lack of knowledge about the digital financial literacy programs. There's certain limitations as well. Once I go through the various literatures, I found that gig workers facing a challenge. Some gig workers is facing a challenge about the literacy, and some facing a challenge in trust in financial platforms. Also, majorly collaboration is required between government and fintech company to create the inclusive financial service, which is mainly tailored for the gig workers. So, in conclusion, the impact of financial literacy training to financial outcomes is majorly important for the gig workers. Also, we have to make certain platforms where gig workers go and just make them knowledgeable about the various financial products.
So that's it from my presentation. So if you have any question, I'm okay with it.
Any questions? Okay. So we are moving to our next presenter, and the authors are Abhilasha Raj, Diya Mahapatra, Mini Srivastav, and Siddhi Mahapatra, with a paper titled Social Entrepreneurship as a Tool for Social Sustainability Innovation, Analytical Perspective of India, Denmark, who are joining us online. So you have 5 minutes for your presentations. Thank you.
I hope I am audible. Good afternoon to everybody, to all the dignitaries present online and offline. So basically, the research paper is about social entrepreneurship as a tool for social sustainability innovation.
Please share your screen, ma'am. We could not see your presentation.
Hope it is visible now.
Yeah, now it is. Can you put in slide mode so that we can see clearly?
Sure.
Okay, it is fair enough. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So basically, this research paper talks about social entrepreneurship as a tool for social sustainability innovation, analytical perspective of India and Denmark. So basically, through this research paper, we have tried to actually analyze the environment for the two countries, whether they are favorable for social entrepreneurship and they are favorable for social sustainability innovation. Social entrepreneurship tends to develop business model that aims to implement social change while also making profit. Social entrepreneurs are people who start businesses with a social purpose, such as improving education, the environment, or healthcare. So basically, this is the introduction about what social entrepreneurship is. Then the report by the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, they basically have come out with a report wherein they're saying that by the year 2030, there is a tremendous potential for the young social entrepreneurs to utilize the frontier technologies to tackle systemic social issues innovatively and effectively. Now, the significance and the objectives of the research. The research aims to signify the Sustainable Development Goals that were adopted by the United Nations. So through this research paper, we are also trying to project that by including social entrepreneurship, we are also going to meet certain SDGs, and we are also going to help in the in meeting certain parameters of the Global Innovation Index also. So GII, which was introduced by WIPO in 2007 to rank the nations based on innovations across 80 parameters, serves as an essential tool for shaping national innovation policies, including social entrepreneurship. Basically, the ranking is done on the parameters, which is part of the GII. And as a result, they help us to understand the innovative capabilities of around 130 country economies. Now, if you look at the, basically this research is a completely qualitative research, which is based upon the data that was available mostly online. The data for almost 15 years, the timeline that has been taken into consideration is 15 years, and the data for India and Denmark has been collected, and we have tried to analyze the data on the theoretical framework of pestle analysis. So if we talk about the past and present of India and Denmark. So we see that India was brutally exploited of almost all of its natural resources and riches till the time of independence by the various invaders and the rulers. The modern India, however, once again aims to fly high. The Indian government, led by the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has introduced several schemes and policies and the missions related to the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, aiming to achieve the SDGs. The age of industrialization, however, if we consider the data of Denmark, we see that Denmark actually is a very developed economy, and industrialization had hit Denmark almost nearly half of the 19th century, so which is like almost 100 years before India had its industrialization. Government of Denmark promotes social entrepreneurship and environmental conservation. Steps like the Danish strategy for social economy, which focuses on integrating these social enterprises into the economic landscape. Now, the methodology which is being used to analyze the environment has been pestle analysis. So what we have seen, the result that we have derived for India is, if we look at the political factor, we say that the government policies are quite strong, supportive, but the hurdles are the bureaucratic hurdles. And if you talk about the economic factor, we say that there is a huge market, large market that can be tapped. Microfinance is there, funding may be a challenge. If you talk about the social factor, diverse culture, growing social awareness, technological factor, we have growing digital infrastructure, fintech revolution. If you talk about the legal factor, there is a severe climate change impacting government policies, because India generally is a country which is agricultural based economy, and we are mostly dependent on the climate. So the government policies tends to change because of the severe climate change. Also, the green startups are emerging, and if we talk about the environmental factor, CSR driven funding, complex regulatory environment. Now, if we look at the pestle framework of Denmark, we see in case of P, they have stable policies, strong public-private collaborations, strong economy impact, investment, financial incentives, high sustainability, focus, strong welfare support, advanced digital economy, strong R&D, the legal aspect also, strong IP laws, business friendly regulations, and leader in sustainability, strong waste management. Now, after doing the analysis, this is the comparative table that we've been able to derive out of the pestle analysis. We say that India has a strong government support, but the bureaucratic hurdles, which has already been explained in the previous slide. So what we have concluded is that both India and Denmark, they present unique opportunities and challenges for social entrepreneurship. India's dynamic environment and governmental support definitely will be paving a long way in order to support innovation. Denmark offers a near ideal ecosystem with advanced technology and strong public support. Collaborative efforts and policy reforms can further strengthen social entrepreneurship in both countries, driving towards sustainable development and environmental conservation. Thank you so much. Now I'm open to suggestions.
Hello, Abhilasha.
Hello.
I'd like to know which, since you have talked about, this pestle analysis, which area of study do this pestle analysis tend to contribute, or, how does it affect us in entrepreneurship?
Actually, the pestle
By
analysis
studying
generally-
by studying both this collaboration of both the countries of India and Denmark, how do we contribute to make a difference? I mean, how do you intend to make a difference there?
Actually, we tend to show that how progressive now is India currently in supporting innovation, sustainable development, and social entrepreneurship. And again, we have also, through the pestle analysis, we have also seen what is the scenario of Denmark. And what we have concluded is that because of because of all these factors, which are actually acting in favor of India and Denmark, so we see that we are quite progressive, and we are quite hopeful in terms of opportunities for these areas to flourish.
Why only Denmark was chosen in comparison?
Denmark was chosen in comparison because Denmark, if we look at the Global Innovation Index, the report of Global Innovation Index 2024 says that India ranks 35th, and Denmark ranks 39th, and Denmark ranks 10th. So, we wanted to actually try to see, if we compare Denmark with India, because Denmark has reached this position much before India has reached 39th position. So what we wanted to portray is that, how much time we are going to take or how progressive we are in terms of probably standing at par with countries like Denmark, which is a very, very developed economy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It is a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Raj, for your wonderful presentation. Moving forward, we have Mini Srivastav, Siddhi Mahapatra.
I would like to inform that Mini Srivastava ma'am, Assistant Professor, Amity Law School, would be joining from my login ID only. Ma'am, over to you.
So we have Minister after Siddhi Mahapatra, Abhilasha Raj, Deepa Mahapatra, for the paper titled Urban Sustainability and Energy Resilience, a comparative study of rural innovations, who are joining us online again.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. I will just close this and open my presentation. Okay. Finish. All right. Okay. So, good afternoon, one and all. The topic of our presentation is Urban Sustainability and Energy Resilience, a comparative study of global innovations. So, through this paper, we actually want to see that currently what we found is that as far as urban areas are concerned, for 56%, as per World Bank statistics, 56% of world's population resides in urban areas, but their energy consumption level is much higher, which stands at 75%. And their greenhouse gas emissions is also very high, which is at 70%. So it is quite disproportionate in comparison to the number of people which reside in urban areas. And as the world faces challenges from climate change and energy insecurity, the shift towards green and resilient energy sources has become very crucial, especially in urban centers. So we find that different countries, including India, we are consistently thinking and trying to bring some policy shift as to what energy sources we should use and how we can shift from non-renewable to renewable energy sources. So this presentation will cover the barriers. What are the barriers when it comes to financial, political, and social in adopting renewable sources? Some case studies based on China, US, and India have also been included, and some innovative approaches in the context of urban sustainability and energy resilience. And this is a very interesting concept of prosumers, which an energy triangle framework by World Economic Forum, which is also part of the study. So let's come straight away, since the time is less, so let's come straight away to things which we found in the current study. So consistently, the global community has been coming up with different international efforts like COP18 adoption of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, COP28 pledges to triple renewable energy capacity and double energy efficiency by 2030. However, the real impact is not very, very visible in the majority of the countries, but the certain efforts are certainly praiseworthy. So basically, what is required is that what the countries need to do is they should. We found a very interesting report by World Economic Forum. It's known as Fostering Effective Energy Transition Report. It's a very latest report of 2024, wherein what they say is that
it's very important that the policy makers, whenever they are thinking of the energy consumption and how we need to shift from non-renewable to renewable, they should keep these three factors in mind. That there should be system. When you're making a policy, it should have three pillars: sustainability, security, and equity. And if any policy, energy related policy has these three things, then the policy is going to become a very balanced one. So sustainability is about reducing carbon emission and methane emissions, enhancing energy efficiency, and increasing clean energies share, while security talks about diversified energy mix. So it is not practically possible that we suddenly shift from coal to some other renewable source, but slowly and gradually that mix needs to the non-renewable needs to go down and the renewable needs to go up. And you can do it with the help of some resilient grids and renewable supply to protect against outages. And this third pillar is equity. And when we say equity, what we mean to say is that it should be something which anybody and everybody should have access to it. So it should not be that, okay, we have renewable sources also, but only the rich people can have access to it. Anybody and everybody should have access to renewable sources also. So that is the third element, which is equity. And connected to this, we found a very interesting concept known as prosumers. So prosumers are household or entities that both consume and produce energy. So imagine like how what we do is how electricity comes in our houses is that basically it is through coal. The government, most of the electricity that is supplied in India is basically through hydro or through coal. So, but in this concept, we are only going to produce as well as consume energy. So,
sorry, please wind up with the presentation.
Sure. So this we found very, very interesting, and there are different technologies through which we can produce as well as consume at the same time. And we found that there are certain barriers in adoption of green energy, but we need to overcome that. We found three interesting case studies also. One is that of China, one is US, and then India. So China, basically what it does is it has a very interesting strategy using waste source heat pumps to reduce coal reliance. So different countries will have to adopt different kind of strategy depending upon whatever assets that they have, whatever geographical conditions they have. Similarly, US also they have brought in renewable energy policies from very, very long time. So that is helping them. India, interestingly, what we have maximum is solar energy is what we maximum have. And India is doing pretty good that way. And it has made some drastic reduction in carbon emissions by 13,000 watts. Now, there are these two concepts are also there. There's transparent solar panels and hydrogen powered public transportation. India has started that blue, they are known as blue buses, which is basically buses powered by hydrogen fuel cells emitting only water vapor. So these kind of buses, if in urban areas, that can also help in a big way. So our recommendations in conclusion is simply that we need to emphasize on more international support, tailored policies, and financial mechanisms to support green energy transitions. And we have to obviously encourage collaborative efforts among governments, industries, and communities. So everybody needs to come together and adopt a more combined top-down as well as bottom-up approach. And the research concludes that integrated policy, technology, and grassroots initiatives are essential for achieving a resilient, sustainable urban energy future. So this is all from our side, and I'll be happy to take up questions if any.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Forward, we have Bhavna Sharma, Bhuma Devi, with a paper title Study of Patient on Digital Healthcare Platforms in Multi-Specialty Hospital on Delhi NCR, evaluation the impact of usability, accessibility, reliability, and security integration, and privacy and confidentially. They are joining us online.
Good afternoon. When are all present here, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are totally audible. Ma'am, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Please go
My
forward.
screen is visible?
Yeah, your screen is also visible.
Okay. So, my paper topic is patient perception on digital health, evaluation of impact of usability, accessibility, reliability, and security, integration, and privacy and confidentiality. So, research objectives are to understand patient perception on digital healthcare platforms, to evaluate the impact of usability, accessibility, reliability, security, integration, privacy, and confidentiality on patient satisfaction. Also, we have used the Cronbach alpha process for integral consistency and statistical analysis, bar graphs, and visualizations for the results. So we have taken the sample of 100 patients from 2 hospitals, from 2 multi-specialty hospitals in Delhi NCR, and 50 responses collected from each hospitals and distributed on the by the physical and online method. So we have derived a hypothesis there is no significant relationship between the 5 factors and patient perception of digital health platforms. So we have done the statistical analysis, t-test and p-test, and p-values and null hypothesis testing. So descriptive and statistic says, just a second. Yeah. Usability had a mean of 4.2, which suggests that indicates the moderate variability in responses, and privacy and confidentiality suggest the mean of 4.5, and with a low standard deviation of 0.5 indicate the consensus of its significance, and integration had a lower mean of 3.8, suggests more variability and that patients may feel there is a room for improvement. Frequency distribution, we have taken the Likert scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree. So which says that the patients are more respondent to agree to strongly agree. And interferential statistics, we have the 5 parameters: usability, accessibility, reliability, and security, integration, and privacy and confidentiality. So for all of them, p-values is below the 0.05, so which indicates that there is statistically significant relationship between each of the 5 factors. And usability, reliability, and security have low p-value also, and integration has p-value of 2.9, which shows statistically significant result of p-value of 0.004. So we'll come to the discussion. So as per the data, the patient perceives usability, accessibility are the most important factors in using digital health platforms, whereas privacy, confidentiality, reliability, and security has low standard deviation. Patient responses indicate a shared understanding of the significance of privacy. Or integration, for the integration, while integration was significant, its lower mean value is 3.8, suggests that maybe challenges in the ensuring the digital health platforms from integrating to digital health platforms. So in the conclusion, our study confirmed that usability, accessibility, reliability, security, integration, privacy, and confidentiality have an impact on patient perception of digital health platforms, followed by the reliability, security, usability also. So they are the most important and influencing factors for the trust and satisfaction. So we recommend the digital health platform should focus on enhancing usability by designing user-friendly interfaces. Security and privacy measures should be top priority to foster trust, and more efforts should be directed towards improving integration. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Any questions?
Are you a student or a faculty?
Sir, I'm a student. I'm working with the organization also. I'm working with the hospital also.
So you are working with the hospital.
Yes, sir.
See, whatever research you have done, thinking you are a student, and I believe the initial stages which you are learning up. So
Yes,
few
sir.
are there. One suggestion is that the sample size which is taken is quite small. I think
sir.
100 is there because the
Yes,
number
sir.
of which you are having. I would request please go through the sampling technique and how that whatever number of data is needed, right? What are the standards?
Okay, sir.
As per that, if you improvise it, that will give a better result. One. Second thing, you are working with a particular hospital, so you can work on a qualitative study also, and you can come with some mixed method, which will give more validity to your results. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I've taken a note, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Moving forward to our next presenters, we have
Tripti Agarwal, Sagar Dutt, and Adarsh Anand with the paper title Unpacking Food Loss, Analyzing Sentiments on Faulty Packaging in Delivery Apps. They are joining us again online.
Yeah, hi, am I audible?
So, yeah, you are audible and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, sure. I'll just share my screen. Please let me know once it's visible.
Your screen is visible, sir.
Thank you so much. I'll just put it on the slideshow mode. Good evening, everyone. I hope you all are having a great day. So today, I and my mentor and co-author of the paper, Dr. Deepti Agrawal, will be presenting you a paper, the synopsis of our paper, Unpacking Food Loss, Analyzing Sentiments on Faulty Packaging in Delivery Applications. So moving on, first of all, we must realize that after the COVID, we have started to order from Zomato, Swiggy, and all other delivery applications much more than we used to do it pre-COVID era. And with this, as the amount of deliveries increase, the issues also increase with that. One of the big issues which are actually not highlighted that much, but it is still a big issue, is the faulty packaging and the food loss that is incurred due to faulty packaging. So one of the reasons for our study, to go into this niche area was that people are talking about each and everything, late deliveries and wrong food coming and everything, but no one is talking about the food loss that is happening, and that is also specifically due to faulty packaging. There are several ways by which the food gets spoiled or the food is lost. You get when you're ordering a soup, you get half of the bowl is just spoiled in the way. You're ordering something, a pizza, and it gets spoiled. You're ordering a cake, it gets spoiled. So whenever you are ordering something, you are ordering it or for occasion or for self purpose. So definitely an emotion is definitely related to it. A sentiment is also related to it. So our study is focused towards the emotions, themes, and sentiment of people ordering from food delivery applications, and when they are receiving a faulty package, receiving a faulty order, that is a faulty packaged order, how their sentiments work on it. So addressing faulty packaging, it's a critical thing, and it affects a lot on consumer experience. And the better the consumer experience, the better the application or the better the restaurant. But the worse, it's vice versa for worse as well. So moving forward with the literature review, we went through lots of papers and tried to find out if similar studies have been done before, and we found a lot of papers. Now, the motivation for the study, the first part, the economic, societal, and environmental concerns. First is the resource inefficiencies. The wastage of food items. Obviously, if you are ordering a food and it's not, in the proper shape, the food is wasted. Packaging materials. Obviously, material is used to pack something, and that also goes to waste. The transportation efforts. A person is coming from a long distance, they are getting you food, but all their efforts goes to a waste, and this is also increasing the carbon footprint as well. And the second was the consumer discontent. Negative sentiment always affects you, and if it's a celebration, it's a mood mood gathering, you just feel everything wrong if your food is not correct, right? The second part was the industry level interventions. The companies that are working behind it, they can actually work a lot on consumer feedback. If they can get specific problem areas, they can work on it, and they can improve the things. And if the industry will improve things, it will improve their all over work as well. Research objectives are quite simple. The first was to analyze consumer sentiment and emotions. The second was to identify thematic patterns in their feedback. Whenever they are giving a negative feedback, specifically regarding faulty packaging and food losses, so what are the thematic patterns behind it? The third was to quantify the impact of packaging failures on wastage of food. If we are doing a sentiment analysis, what is the impact? How much negative they are towards faulty packaging? To highlight, yeah, sorry. Was someone saying anything?
Research methodology.
Yeah, I'll be showing that as well.
So we have left with 2 minutes, so please.
Okay. So my hypotheses are quite simple. Faulty packaging in food delivery services significantly contribute to consumer dissatisfaction and negative emotions responses such as anger and frustration. It includes the food wastage. The methodology is quite simple. Data collection from food delivery application. We use Zomato and Swiggy. We used convenience sampling where we actually took the data which had those tags like food wastage, faulty packaging, etc. Second was again data pre-processing, then structuring the data into subcategories, performing sentiment, thematic, and emotional analysis, then frequency analysis for summarization, and then the integration of all these parts cross-tabulation way. These are the categories. We have drinks, Indian non-curry food, Indian curry food, fast food non-curry food, fast food curry food, and cakes. And the packaging types: plastic glasses, glass containers, plastic bags, plastic containers, aluminium containers, and paper and cardboard packaging. Sentiment analysis, basic sentiment analysis, how we do it from -1 to +1. Thematic analysis, we actually created the basic themes for which the comments are there: spillage and leakage, cold or spoiled food, structural integrity, hygiene concerns, and quantity and presentation. Emotional analysis, we took major four emotions, which were disgust, frustration, anger, and disappointment. All these analyses are done on open source generative AI tools, specifically ChatGPT, because we, again, from literature review, we learned that ChatGPT is also using deep learning models, and Python is also using the same. So we tried to go an advanced version. So results are here. As you can see, people are obviously, when they are ordering Indian curry food or cake, they have a little more negative sentiment. Again, for plastic bags and plastic glasses, people have a little more negative sentiment. These are the results. The cross tabulations, where we can see for cakes, people have more anger. Obviously, they are ordering cake for birthday celebration and it comes wrong. They have more anger. Similarly, for fast food, non-curry, it's just disappointment. If you're ordering a fast food, ordering a burger or a pizza, you're just disappointed if it's come wrong, right? Again, for results, for emotion versus packaging type, as you can see, for glass containers, people have frustration. Obviously, if someone is ordering coffee or a shake or everything, they are frustrated that they are not getting it correct. Discussions and conclusions. These are the basic, a few of the results which we are mentioning here, like plastic bags received the worst feedback due to hygiene concerns, while aluminium performed a slightly better, the result was slightly better, but it was criticized for heat retention. Again, the spillage and packaging structure are the two most critical concerns across food types. These are the impact on society which our this study can have for economic benefits, the social benefits, the environmental benefits. These are a few recommendations as well, which can help industry to improve their packaging structure and reduce the food loss. These are the contributions to society this paper can have, and thank you. And I'm open to questions.
Yeah, I'd like to know that are there any ML or DL models that you have used to come to this particular conclusion?
Currently, we didn't opt for ML. We actually use ChatGPT, as I told you, that it is also using deep learning models only. So
Oh, you have performed sentiment analysis, emotion analysis, and thematic analysis. So, ChatGPT must also be using some model, na? What was the data set that you fed to the ChatGPT, and what model you asked ChatGPT to use on it?
It's like I ran a simple, prompt engineering tool. I created a detailed prompt and told my problem to ChatGPT. Like, this is like, I'm an industry expert. I told like that I'm an industry expert, and just do a sentiment analysis for me, like giving all the reviews to ChatGPT, provide me sentiment, provide me themes, provide me emotions, and that way ChatGPT worked on it. I'm not sure
That
about the
means
model.
you mean to say you didn't have any data set?
I had the data set. I collected it from Zomato and Swiggy.
Then how did you fed it to ChatGPT?
Like, ChatGPT is a more of a conversing tool. You converse with it, and how you like from research papers only, when we did
Which
the
version of ChatGPT did you
4.0,
use?
4.0. The latest version, 4.0.
So it has the province of taking data set also?
Yes, we can add data set. We can attach it, and it runs analysis.
And it don't tell you about the model it uses internally.
No, I haven't specified any model or specified any process to it. It just runs the best way it can.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you
more questions?
for your presentation. Moving forward, we have Himanshu Jindai, Namita Shahai, and Alka Maurya with a paper titled Leveraging Artificial Intelligence for Exchange Range Forecasting, an Opportunity for MSMEs in India. They are joining us online. So you have 5 minutes for your presentation. So please cope up with the timing.
नहीं वो बढ़िया ऑनलाइन बैठा हुआ है प्रेजेंटेशन
So requesting you to start your presentation, please.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen, please. My screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Good afternoon, respected professors, research scholars, and all members who are present in this international conference, both in online and offline mode. My name is Himanshu Jindia, and I'm a research scholar at MIT International Business School. My area of interest is international trade, and I'm catering this area for more than 15 years. Today, I am feeling proud to present a paper in a conference which is celebrating its silver jubilee in the year 2025. I would also like to congratulate MIT University for the same. In today's presentation, we will explore how AI can reshape exchange rate forecasting, particularly for MSMEs in India, under the title Leveraging Artificial Intelligence for Exchange Rate Forecasting, an Opportunity for MSMEs in India. And the authors for this paper are Professor Dr. Namita Sahai ma'am, Professor Dr. Alka Maurya ma'am, and me, Himanshu Jindia. So the key considerations in this paper are MSMEs, exchange rate, and artificial intelligence. So these are the criteria set by Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, that on what basis you will categorize micro, small and medium enterprises. So why MSMEs? The enterprises, MSMEs played a crucial role in Indian economy. They are known as the backbone of Indian economy. Their contribution to total exports in India is 46%, to GDP is 30%, and to manufacturing output is 45%. Why exchange rate? Exchange rate directly impact MSMEs, making it harder for them to maintain profitability in international trade. According to FICCI, 65% of Indian MSMEs reported that exchange rate fluctuations negatively impact their financial stability. This affects profit margins, pricing strategies, and cash flow, forcing frequent adjustments that reduce competitiveness. These fluctuations also led to unpredictable cost structures and undermine the competitiveness of small businesses. Next is why artificial intelligence. To tackle these risks, effective forecasting tools are crucial. AI-based models like deep learning are transforming risk analysis in emerging markets. AI not only forecasts exchange rates with greater accuracy, but also enhances decision making that may help MSMEs manage the financial risks that arise from fluctuating exchange rates. So this is a literature gap I have found, that despite the growing potential of AI, there is a gap in understanding its specific impact on exchange rate forecasting for emerging markets like India. Most studies have focused on general forecasting methods, but the application of advanced AI solutions like LSTM, RF, and hybrid models remains unexplored. So these are the forecasting models. If you remember in the yesterday's session, Professor K. Muralidharan sir from MS University, Gujarat has very well explained these models. Here is a quick review of the same. The forecasting models have been categorized into two different sections. The first is the traditional model and the second is the advanced AI models. In traditional models, we have mainly included ARIMA, and in the advanced AI models, we have included LSTM, RF, and hybrid models. Hybrid is a mixture of LSTM and RF.
Sorry to intervene, sir. I request you to please give your concluding statement.
Okay, ma'am. So these are the equations. This is a quick comparison of models, like I told you before. These are the steps included in forecasting, like data collection, model selection and training, forecasting, risk mitigation, and continuous monitoring. The objectives. The objectives of I have mainly we have aimed two objectives in this study. The first is analyze the potential of AI in exchange rate forecasting and explore how AI can help MSMEs mitigate risk and enhance competitiveness in global markets. So we have taken a data from RBI from online website for from financial year 2010 to 2023 on the frequency is daily. So to check these methods, we have further to check the performance or to check the accuracy of these models. We have further included two main predictive models, which will or which can through which can we can predict the performance. Like the first is the mean absolute percentage error, that is MAPE, and the second is root mean square error, that is RMSE. So these are the equations. MAPE says that a lower MAP indicates higher accuracy, and in root mean square error we measure the standard deviation of forecast errors. It penalizes large errors more heavily than smaller ones. So this is a comparative performance of ARIMA, LSTM model and hybrid model. If you see in ARIMA, the map is the highest, whereas in LSTM it is little lower, but in hybrid model where we have mixed the LSTM and the RF, we have get the promising results. This I have taken one example just to make it more easy to understand, make it more easy. Like if you want to take data of 5 days and you want to predict the exchange rate of day 6, here we have used that method, and then we have also checked the performance accuracy through map. These are the findings that the LSTM model achieved a map of 2.3%, significantly outperforming traditional ARIMA models with map 5.7%. The hybrid models further reduced the errors. Yes,
Sir,
ma'am.
you to conclude, please. We are bound with timing.
Okay, ma'am. So these are the implications for MSMEs, like the risk mitigation, financial planning, and the competitive advantage they will give. These are the challenges in AI adoption that MSMEs can face: high initial cost, lack of expertise, data privacy and security. These are the recommendations, like the government can intervene and can provide subsidies or training programs to encourage AI adoption, or we can take an initiative like Digital India to bridge the technological gap. We can also do a collaboration with technical firms to make it more affordable and more customized and make it more easy. And we can with this we can also make a capacity building where we can introduce AI literacy programs for MSMEs, owners and employees. So to conclude this, we can say AI has immense potential to transform exchange rate forecasting and risk management for MSMEs. By adopting AI tools, MSME can mitigate risk, improve financial planning, and stay competitive in a volatile global market. Thank you.
Any questions? We have no questions. So now I would like to call Dr. Aditya Kumar sir and Dr. Ravneet Singh sir to felicitate Dr. Rajni Sehgal. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajni Sehgal and Dr. Arunada Singhal, for chairing this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a high tea break now, so we'll be resuming in 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
modeling. Whereas Dr. Sudhir Chauhan has 23 plus years of experience in teaching and research. He completed his link in mathematics in 1998 and PhD in 2003. He has published 25 research papers in national and national journals. His research areas include bulk transportation problem and optimization techniques. He has guided one PhD scholar and is currently guiding 4 students. So we'll start with an author, Amrita Jain, will be presenting the paper title Synthetic Control Method and Trade Policy Evaluation, a Bibliometric Analysis and Upcoming Research Pathways. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, chairs and everyone. My name is Amrita Jain. I am presenting here as a research scholar from Banasthali Vidyapeeth. The paper title is Synthetic Control Method and Trade Policy Evaluation, a Bibliometric Analysis and Upcoming Research Pathways. So first of all, I would like to describe what are the trade agreements. So trade agreements basically are important for economic growth and trade flows. So there can be three types of trade agreements: bilateral trade agreements, like between two countries, like India-Singapore Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement; regional trade agreement, like India-ASEAN Free Trade Agreement. It is within the region among many countries, and multilateral trade agreements across regions among many countries. So it is important to measure the impact of trade agreements. Impact of trade agreements on trade flows. So many of the researchers have been using a gravity model, difference in difference model to evaluate the trade policy, trade agreements. But later on, there are the researches. Those researchers found that these models, gravity models or likely models, are struggling with the to how to capture the trade growth over time, because they are not considering the time variant factors. So basically, they are dealing with time invariant factors only, like distance between the countries, the language, common official language, etc. So they are not including the time variant factors. So that is why the model has limiting explanatory power. So this creates the issue of endogeneity. Leads to less accuracy. So these are the limitations of traditional trade agreement models, like gravity model or the other DID like models. So it does not account for time varying unobserved factors affecting trade flows. Time varying factors, for example, the trade relationship among the countries. Like India has Make in India policy, which can impact the export import. So basically, a gravity model is not able to isolate the effect of free trade agreement with these type of policy. So which are time invariant factors. So standard models like gravity model assumes that trade agreements are exogenous, leading to biased results. So means it assumes that countries are randomly entering into free trade agreements. But it is not like that. They are not randomly entering into free trade agreements. There are other factors which are impacting trade agreements. So basically, there are confounders which are affecting and which are get affected also. So there is synthetic control method. So which can be an alternative to measure the effect of trade agreements. So that addresses endogeneity problem also, and how it addresses, because it creates a weighted combination of countries resembling the treated country. So that is known as the synthetic control unit or donor pool, we call it. And it also captures the time varying effects also. Means with it, synthetic control method is able to isolate the effect of FTA or free trade agreement or trade agreement with the time varying factor. So that is how it gives the more reliable comparisons. We can compare the effect of trade agreement by comparing the trade before intervention of the trade agreement and post intervention of the trade agreement. Objective of the study, since this is the bibliometric paper, so the objective of the study are analyze research trends in the area of synthetic control method, policy evaluation and free trade agreement, identifying the collaboration patterns, exploring emerging themes and thematic mapping. So few of the literature reviews are mentioned here in PPT in this slide. So first, Abadi and Gardizable in 2003 used synthetic control method to assess the terrorism impact, economic impact of terrorism in Basque country. So this was the first time when synthetic control method was used, and basically it was used for to measure the causal impact. Later on in 2010, the same author validated synthetic control method in public policy also to measure the impact of the any public policy. For example, the California's tobacco control program. And later on, Bayer in 2007 argued that the gravity model is not able to capture the trade agreement effect on trade flows because it underestimates the endogeneity. And later on, it was found that this endogeneity can be addressed by using synthetic control method. So Hannan in 2016 used synthetic control method to measure the effectiveness the effectiveness of using synthetic control method in evaluating free trade agreement. So this was the methodology. First, I downloaded 6,323 documents from Scopus database using the keywords like synthetic control method, synthetic control, free trade agreement, causal effect, and policy evaluation. Out of these papers, 1,235 papers were screened out on the basis of title or abstract mismatching. And after that, 5,088 papers were selected for the final analysis. Further, I used RStudio BiblioShiny. And further, the mapping of countries, global scientific production and collaboration, thematic mapping was done. Results and discussion. So this is the trend in publication of synthetic control method or trade policy or policy evaluation. So we can see in 2020 to 24, we have 2,000 papers. USA and China are the leading countries in publication in the respective theme, and they have the greater citation also. Journal of International Economics, Journal of American Statistical Association, Journal of Economic Review, American Economic Review, World Economy. These are the major journals in which these studies are published. Abadi, which is who has introduced the synthetic control method, has the major citations also, and later on Bayer, who's argued about gravity model, which creates the issue of endogeneity. Next is Cochrane's network map of keywords. This map was generated by WAS Viewer, where we find the major 4 or 5 clusters. One is synthetic control method. So we can see that synthetic control method is used with causal impact, counterfactual, but it has less use with trade policy or trade agreement. But we have the strong tie with gravity model and free trade agreement. So we can see that till now gravity model is used to measure the impact of free trade agreement. But yes, synthetic control method is used for policy evaluation, where
please come to the conclusion.
Okay. So this is the thematic. I'm on the in the end also, only. This is the thematic map where we can see synthetic control method is in the middle one. So which is the emerging theme, and with the promising theme also. So I conclude the paper like the synthetic control method and policy evaluation is gaining the increase in the number of publications, And we find some major themes also. So in the end, the study highlights like synthetic control method is uh, growing in the role in the trade policy evaluation, so offering a roadmap for future research in this evolving field. Thank you for my side.
Okay, thank you. You have mentioned the synthetic control method. What are the other methods available?
Sorry, sir.
What are the other methods available for these type of models?
So there is gravity model, there is difference in difference model, and we have some advanced version of gravity also, like structured gravity model. And these methods are there to evaluate the impact of free trade agreement or the trade agreements.
Okay, thank you. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we'll start with our next author, that is Gopal P. Nayak and Sridhar Mahal Sagar, to present the paper titled Process Improvement Through Line Using Value Stream Mapping for Pressure Vessel Manufacturing. Over to you, sir.
Can I start, sir? Good evening, sir. Good evening, all the members present over here. I am Gopal Naik. I am presenting my paper Process Improvement through Lean Kaizen using a value stream mapping for pressure vessel manufacturing under the guidance of Dr. Sridhar Malsekar from Mechanical Engineering Department, Goa College of Engineering. Let me give you a brief introduction on a pressure vessel. The pressure vessels are used for, are generally plays a very important role in water resource management in various industry, and it becomes more valuable. Membranes are reverse osmosis membranes. Reverse osmosis membrane becomes a very alternative distillation or traditional methods of distillation methods. So basically, a pressure vessels are made out of resin fiber impregnated on a mandrel, and it is used for a purification of water. The plant which I visited have three parts. One is winding, and then fabrication and post fabrication. The VSM conducted was in the VSM on fabrication. One part is cut-off machine, another cut-off of machine vessel. Second is internal rework, and third is outer body finishing and milling and side coating. So problem statement was increased inventory. What is inventory WIP? Quality issues affecting the product. Generally, it happens in the rework stations, which basically comes from the winding station, and ineffective implementation of first in, first out, and lack of decision making simulation. In my presentation, the generally what happens, VSM is conducted like a visual mapping, a traditional way, but I have integrated with a simulation called AGPSS, where when we put the cycle time, entire data like WIP, what is the production, what is the actual output can be seen, which we will realize. So doing value stream mapping, we have a 4 stages. One is preparation stage, current state analysis, future state design, and implementation. Preparation stage is what data I have collected from the plant, like visiting to the industry, asking the information with the staff, and then analyzing how we can go to the 5 station, which I have mentioned in the fabrication, how we can play with it, we can work on it in improving and optimizing the process. So current state analysis, mostly a fishbone diagram was done, and based on that, current analysis, cycle time, man-machine chart was also prepared, YY analysis was prepared in the future state design, and corrective implementation was done. And implementation of this current future states were done with the help of a Kaizen, which we can see over here. First station is a cutoff machine working process. Both the end of the vessel which comes from the winding is to be cut, like as if you can see in the picture. The red color which you can see is a cut off. It's a scrap portion which need to be cut out from the pressure vessel. So analyzing this, we have taken a fishbone diagram, and after analyzing it, we thought about implementing a rail bed. Earlier it was a conveyor belt. And then we thought of using a rail bed. Then again, we have one more suggestion is that when the vessels are brought, first they have been weighted and then put on the conveyor belt and then moved for the cutting. So why don't we combine together? Once soon as we put on the conveyor belt, it should give a weight as well as it start moving. Again, then normally now the cutters are used of carbide blade for cutting both the ends. It takes little time. Sometimes there is a one out or some accuracy doesn't happen. So we give a suggestion like laser cutter or water jet can be used. But if it is very costly, if the company thinks that financial constraint may come on this, then they may make use of a cutter on both the side and cut both the end at the same time instead of cutting one end and taking other end, head side and tail side. It is called one side is called a head side and other side is called as a tail side. So as we can see on the picture, some pictures are taken from internet as well as some pictures have been drawn by using a CAD CAM or a SolidWorks. And this moving on the rail, cutting both the end cutting one end takes 8.8 minutes. When we prepare a man-machine chart, it takes 8.8 minutes. But if you use a rail bed and a laser sensor or cut both the end, or you make use of a measurement, various measurements has to be done. So they do a manual measurement with a tape which is available. If you make use of a laser sensor, it may come down to 5.8. So there is a man-machine chart. We have seen that. So if you merge something, then it may reduces to 5 points. So saving 3 minutes in this future states. Okay. So internal diameter rework, this is a manual process. Internal diameter rework is a manual process and is used for cleaning purpose, inspection purpose inside. After molding, after coming out from the windings, you have to check it out if any
please come to the problem, then your solution or algorithm, and then come to the conclusion.
No, this is in each station, a Kaizen has been implemented, and that Kaizen has been taken in a simulation way. So that I'll show you. Okay. So here it is. These are the different types of defects in outer body finishing. The finishing outer body has been they do sanding, and here we have suggested that you have to use of a multi-body finishing in series of parallel. Again, your sensor and carbide diamond tool can be used. So here is a picture which we can see. Then milling, we do making a hole and then tapping and counter boring. Again, here we have to combine, and again skilled manpower is required. Then side port mounting. Once we do a milling, then we have to insert a side port for a water purification. Again, here we most of the time it's very accurate. Most of the time we have to say end-to-end ports have been measured very properly, and then measurements has to be taken. Now fittings, they do it manually. Manually means first they do it manually and then they tighten the torque. So instead of doing that, you fit it inside with you make a special type of fixture where you can insert inside and automatically it gets fitted. And again, here measurements also counts where we can make use of a laser. Then another implementation we thought about it, like FIFO has been used. FIFO, many times that older vessel remains over there, so we can make use of the card system and give them a bowling charts asking the employers that the older vessel should not be remaining, and make use of that green, red, or if it is Monday, if you are using a green color card, by Tuesday that green color card of the vessel should be finished. And then barcoding, again there is a time, like people has to fill their production report as well as another report for all the measurements to be written. So if you make use of a barcoding system, once the label is scanned and you can directly enter in the computer, every data can be got through the computer itself instead of filling again and again different types of reports. Now here we can see that after doing this, we have done a value stream mapping. This is a traditional way, lead time and cycle time. and then each cycle we have calculated the time, and then we have used a simulation, this thing simulated with the current analysis. This is with the current analysis where we have simulated, and then we got a result saying that it has a 152 WIP. This is a result which software gives us, and total lead time then its output was 525, and the total lead time which we calculated 1.42, and average cycle time was 0.046. And talk time, when we calculated manually, talk time doesn't give by software, we have to calculate manually, which is giving you 782. So these are the different graphs for this thing. WIP, total vessel produce and utilization. Then matrix is being calculated. Metrics have been calculated over here: talk time, total lead time, total cycle time, and value added ratio. So initial
please conclude.
Okay, sir. So future states we have made of a rework as well as for outer body finishing, and then we got again traditional mapping has to be done, and then the result WIP we got 17, and total lead time is 0.19. Okay, without touching to the talk time. So here,
sorry to interrupt you, sir. Please show us your conclusion.
Yeah. So matrix has been again calculated for the future state and design. Then implementation, whatever we have done, we thought about implementing it, giving a suggestion to the company. These are various graphs which already the data are there. So these are mission utilization. So conclusion says that lead time was reduced from 1.40 to 0.198. Cycle time was decreased by 0.046 to 0.004 days, and work in progress from 152 units, 17 units were reduced, was there, and value added ratio from 329 it jumps to 22.3. The output is 660 to 660, which is close to 677, which is the customer demand. And future improvement, we have not taken 3 stations. One is cutoff station, milling station, and side port mounting, which we can further take it down based on our Kaizen suggested and redesign the future state analysis. Thank you, sir.
So, as you actually mentioned that lead time is reduced. So I just want to ask that because if we are actually handling the inventory, so if we are facing the problem, it means lead time. It means we are facing the problem of right product at the right time at the right place. So you have done this research, or we can actually apply any technical, or you can say any model which is already available in inventory directly, so that we can actually minimize this also in the system.
Yeah,
because there is already a prescribed models available. There are, so which model we can actually apply to handle this, which is related to resource planning?
Sorry, sir, because my paper is combination with a simulation, so the techniques have not gone through it, and still it's ongoing research. So definitely I will work on that.
Okay.
Thanks.
One more suggestion is there. Have you consulted any previous paper for this?
Yes, sir. Visual management. Then there is a quality improvement process, and there is a lean Kaizen process improvement is also there. These are 3 main paper. Other than that, other paper are also been books have been read. Kaizens, Gemba Kaizens, and all those books have been read through it. Okay. And still more papers have been going through it. But here I have actually entered on the floor of the shop factory and seen all these things, and based on that I have worked on.
You should mention that in reference also.
Yeah. Sorry, sir, I have not shown you the reference.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'm extremely sorry.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful insight. Now we'll start with our next author, that is Gauri Shankar Sharma, Pradeep Verma, and Alok J, to present the paper titled Empowering Learners, the Role of Self-Determination and Social Media in Achieving Learning Outcomes.
Good evening, sir. Dr. Gauri Shankar Sharma, this side, sir.
Okay, sir. Please show us your presentation.
Sir, someone else is sharing.
Now you can share your presentation.
Okay. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. And how much time I have, sir? 10 minutes.
No, sir, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, I will wind up in 5 minutes. My topic is about the empowering learning, the role of self-determination and social media in achieving learning outcomes. We have seen that at present time, many students using social media for their supportive learning. Because if they've left something in class or either they find difficulties, they move to social media and they learn through social media. And the paper is based on the role of motivation, self-determination, how it influences the learning outcome of students. So, what I've told you right now, the study background is that self-driven social media is a completely self-driven activity where learner takes self motivation to learn something from social media. So, I have used two constructs, two theories: one self-determination, and second one is technology adoption. These two theories or factors influences highly in terms of social media learning. The prime objective of study is to identify the uses of students' learning outcome, how social media and their self-determination influences their learning outcome. So these are the three key questions that I have asked. This research will address how does social media impact student perceive useful competency and relatedness, how does social media enhances learning affect academic performance and engagement, how strategies effectively support self-determination learning using social media. So, as I discussed, I used this theoretical construct. One is your self-determination theory. It has three concepts: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Uh, Autonomy is a freedom, competence is a capability, and relatedness, how that connection with the peers and mentors. Technology adoption, if the person is not able to adopt technology, that person will not able to address the, use the social media. So at present, we know that all people are very much familiar with the social media resources. They have different variables: perceived usefulness, perceived enjoyness, perceived ease of use, and intention to use. So this is my research model. I use structure equation modeling. There are self-determination. It has three constructs, and intention to use, that also has three constructs, and my dependent variables learning outcome of student. So methodology, I used questionnaire. I shared 1500 questionnaires, out of which 398 I have chosen. I used SEM. 5-point Likert scale has been used, and certain demographic details I have reported here. My key finding is that I have found out there is a positive relation of self-determination of learners or students in terms of whenever they are using motivation. It is very important. They have to be get self-motivated. Then only can use these resources, and it will benefit it for their learning outcomes and influence on intention. Even they are very much fond of using these resources, so that definitely their learning outcome influences by these social media platforms if they use for learning outcome. But one thing is that significantly one hypothesis get negative influence, that is perceived usefulness. In a social media there are large number of contents available, and those contents are not properly authenticated, not approved, and quite difficult for them to reaching to the right content or right channel or right video or right content. So that's why this hypothesis got negative. This area need to be improved as per my research, and this will helpful in higher education institutions to design their curriculum to make better learning outcomes. It will help to engage with industry, students, teachers, and it's also helpful in the students in terms of their professional development. So research has certain theoretical constraint, methodological constraint, and dynamic nature of education. Because education is, even last 10 years, we will see that education from classroom to online, online to again back to the classroom. So it has very dynamic in nature. So those dynamics we need to further study. And there are future research that we can execute in terms of new model development. We can broaden our scope, because all discipline of study has different learning outcomes. History, geography, management, science all have different learning outcomes. So okay, we can broaden those learning outcomes, and even we can execute longitudinal study, like as understanding the long term impact of social media intention, how it influences education in a long term sequence. That also need to be in future, need to be researched. And in conclusion, I can say that self-determination and technology adoption are the two important aspects. But in terms of social media ability content, unauthorized content reduces the learning outcome. So we need to focus on that area, and it will definitely helpful in terms of supporting learning resources to classroom learning. These are the certain references, and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any question?
No, thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, can you, sir, tell me that how we actually we can actually use the role of technology? As in digital.
Hello, sir. I am not getting your voice, sir.
I am saying that how can you tell me the role of digital empowerment in education? How we can actually implement that in your research?
Digital empowerment, sir.
Yes. How we can actually take it this in your research if you can see how we can actually take it that parameters.
So, digital. When we talk about digital empowerment, there are a number of like as AI is coming there, and gamification is there. Digital gamification is there, and this AR VR system. So, if we use these three things, AR VR system and digital gamification process and AI, so the hypothesis that got negative, that is perceived usefulness, can be turned into positive usefulness. So, in that context, it will support to classroom learning in a better way to get better learning outcome for the student of any discipline. Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your input. So the next author for this session will be Lovely Singh, Shikha Kapoor, Gyan Prakash to present the paper titled on e-com and its role in brand advocacy, a sectoral study of Indian online travel aggregators. Over to you, ma'am. Uh, are Pallavi Singh, Shikha Kapoor, Gyan Prakash, are they in meeting?
Yes, I have joined.
Okay, ma'am, please share your screen.
Sure, I'll do. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, ma'am, you can start.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pallavi Singh. Uh, Today I'm going to present my paper titled EWOM and its role in brand advocacy as just a sectoral study of Indian online travel aggregators. Before proceeding, I would like to thank the conference team for providing me this opportunity to present my paper here. And I shall also ask for your pardon since I'm not well and I'm having cough and cold, so I might not be very well audible. Anyways, proceeding ahead. So the entire presentation will be divided into these four parts: introduction in materials and methods, results and discussions, and conclusion. Starting with introduction. As it's very clear from the title itself that this study is confined to this particular sector, which is online travel aggregators in India. So before proceeding ahead, I would like I would like to give a brief overview about online travel market in India. If we talk about sorry, if we talk about India's travel market in India, so this travel booking landscape in India has moved or has witnessed very rapid shift towards online platforms. And two very major reasons responsible are younger demographics as well as growing preference for digital convenience. Of course, we will agree that offline methods are still popular, but then we cannot deny that because of the surge in smartphone usage in India,
there, a very rapid shift is seen towards, mobile bookings. If I talk about market size, the India online market size is estimated at USD 17.24 billion in 2024, and this is expected to reach USD 28.4 billion by 2029, growing at a CAGR of 10.5%. Next, I would like to talk about two of the major constructs in this paper, EVOM as well as brand advocacy. If we talk about EVOM specifically in travel market, in the dynamic and rapidly evolving landscape of the contemporary tourism industry, the profound impact of electronic word of mouth on shaping the image of travel destination is undeniable. Electronic word of mouth has been considered as a major force influencing travel behavior and decision. Talking about brand advocacy, we know that we have seen that customers speak for the brand, or they advocate for the brand for
Can you
which.
hear us? Can you hear us, Pallavi?
Yes.
So quickly go to what as actually you did in as a research. Show us a research and conclusion. Result and conclusion.
I'll I'll do that for sure.
Quickly take away. Don't literature review and all. Just show the results and conclusion.
Fine, fine, fine. So these are the objectives: to identify the dimensions of EVOM in context of online travel aggregators in India, to find out important brand advocacy dimensions in online travel aggregators in India, and to assess how specific EVOM dimensions influence particular consumer brand advocacy dimension. I'm skipping these things. These are my hypotheses for the paper. Uh, Quickly, I'll this variables and measurement scale. I'm quickly coming to data analysis and results. So as you can see, this slide shows the demographic profile of the respondents, wherein we collected almost 215 samples. I mean, questionnaires, out of which almost 200 we because the few questionnaires we found were not fully filled. So 200 questionnaires we took into the consideration, and out of the responses that we got, this is the demographic profile, wherein 60% of the respondents were aged between 25 and 40 years. 52% of the respondents were male, and if we talk about online travel aggregator usage frequency, so 70% said that they use travel online travel aggregators in 3 months or less than 3 months time. Coming to reliability testing, so this slide shows Cronbach alpha, wherein we can see for all the variables taken into consideration, Cronbach alpha is showing good reliability. um, this shows that that internal consistency of the items are good.
Okay.
And the scales.
We got the point. Just conclude quickly.
Okay, so this slide shows how we tested our hypothesis. So as we can see, the impact of, as it was our hypothesis, the impact of independent variable on a dependent variable, and accordingly we found all the values of beta coefficient, p value, as well as r square, all the values are in the acceptable range, which shows that all our hypotheses are accepted. I'll quickly try to summarize it. If I talk about EVM credibility, so EVM credibility, it confirms that if the EVM is trustworthy and it's expert generated, obviously it is the customers are going to defend the brand more aggressively.
Secondly, if I talk about EVOM valence, by valence we mean, what is the tone of the message. If it's positive, it's negative, it's neutral. So we can see that EVOM valence. In fact, this is the strongest predictor of all the variables taken into consideration. So EVOM valence is showing again. This is showing that if the message is positive, that will ultimately lead to having more positive image for the brand, and accordingly that helps in positivity sharing about the brand by the customer. Similarly, if the message is negative, that acts vice versa.
So conclude.
Ma'am, please share
Sorry.
conclusion.
Just and come to conclusion.
Okay. So this is the conclusion slide that shows that EVM influences the Indian online travel aggregator consumers brand advocacy behavior. The results of the stepwise regression analysis reveal that there are different dimensions of brand advocacy influenced by specific EVM attributes, which are credibility, valence, volume, and argument quality that we saw just now. We also saw that EVOM valence acted as the strongest predictor of brand positivity, suggesting that positive reviews have major impact on consumer brand attitudes and brand loyalty. Also, credibility and argument quality were also found to bring customer trust, leading to advocacy in the form of brand defense and active communication.
You just quickly tell me the difference between EVOM valence and EVOM rating.
Sorry, sir.
Tell me the difference between EVOM valence and EVOM rating.
EVOM valence and
EVOM ratings.
Ratings.
Huh.
Okay, so EVOM valence is, sir, actually uh, the what is the message? The message of that is there in the form of EVOM. So it can be very positive. It can be, as I said, it can be negative if the customer is not satisfied, and it can be neutral as well.
You will measure
Right?
it.
Sorry.
How you will measure it?
So many a times that is done in the form of ratings. Many a times it's done where messages are to be written,
I'm
right?
asking the difference between valence and ratings only. You are saying कि वो rating से आएगा तो difference क्या हुआ?
So ratings are not the messages actually. I mean, by valence, as per my understanding, I might be wrong, but as far as my understanding is concerned, a valence that actually tells the tone of the message or tone of the EVOM. What is the mood of the EVOM, in which direction it is actually flowing.
Is
So
valence come from textual?
sorry.
Valence come from textual. It means.
As per my understanding, yes.
Okay, ठीक है. Thank you, Pallavi. Okay.
Thank you so much
Thank
for your thoughtful insight.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So we're starting with our next author, that is Vaishali and Divya Verma, to present their paper titled "Exploring the Co-benefit of Climate Finance and Integrative Review." Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Vishali. Please
Should I
try
start?
please try to show quickly the results and the conclusion because we are running short of time, so that's why we are.
Okay, sir. So my topic is exploring the co-benefits of climate finance. It is an integrative review. So coming to the introduction part, basically the climate finance is financing the climatic change, meeting the adaptation and the mitigation part of it. The co-benefits are, I'll sum it up quickly, sir. The co-benefit refers to the additional benefit that are being generated in addition to the climatic change which it is meant for. These are the few SDGs which.
Vaishali, ma'am, we can
Yes.
see PPT. Please show your PPT.
Wait. So the main SDGs which are being targeted, which are being met by co-benefits of climate finance are SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, SDG 8, which tackles the decent work and economic growth, sustainable cities of SDG 11, responsible consumption and production, which is SDG 12, life below water and life on, which are covered under SDG 14 and 15. So that's my research question. This study mainly wants to understand what are the emerging patterns within the climate finance publication in context of co-benefit. What are the key thematic patterns and dimensions of co-benefit associated with climate finance in existing literature, and how does the co-benefit of climate finance interrelate and influence each other? So coming to the methodology, we by using the Prisma framework, we extracted papers from Scopus using these billions, and we were able to get 263 papers, which were later analyzed on R and WASViewer. Further in-depth analysis study was undertaken of 69 articles. Coming to the results and findings. This topic started to evolve somewhere around 2008 with each of the COPs and other awareness program. We have seen a boom in the production in the articles related to this topic. Few of the major journals working on this topic are energy policy, climate policy, and climatic change. Coming to the country analysis, in the top 10 segment, we have all the developed nation except for the India. So it becomes a gap. We can always work, we need to study more the developing country context. Coming to the theoretical background of the climate finance. So the theoretical background, theoretical foundation is...
Please show us your conclusion.
So, my main part comes under this analysis only. I simply can't jump to the conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Then please try to present.
Okay, I'm summing it up, but I need to show all this also. So, the environment net curve explores the non-linear relationship between the economic growth and the environment sustainability. New classical economy argues the improved economic condition drives investment in sustainable and clean technology. Socio-ecological system framework highlights the interdependence of human communities and ecosystems. System theory emphasizes how resilient infrastructure supports environment, social and economic resilience. Instrumental theory focuses on the role of governance in shaping the climate finance policies and maximizing co-benefits. So this is the framework or the theoretical theory which we have developed. The ICDT framework conceptualizes how different co-benefit domains reinforce each other. The economic co-benefit, wherein green jobs promote the economic sustainability. The environmental co-benefit improves the air quality and hence improves the public health and social well-being. Social co-benefit, stronger communities advocate for better governance, and the governance co-benefit effectively policies fosters infrastructure resilience. Infrastructure co-benefit sustains infrastructure, sustain economic, environment and social progress. So a feedback loop is created between all the co-benefits. Coming to the thematic analysis, in the emerging theme we have co-benefit, signifying that it's a central but less developed and hence can be studied more. This is the inductive analysis, wherein we in the first order concept we from the keywords were analyzed and grouped into second order themes, which were later aggregated into main three dimensions. Coming to the reflections on the study's outcome, the climate finance can ultimate through the sustainable financialization leads to transition to net zero and ultimately to sustainable development. implication or the significance of this study that we have come up with this theory, we have contributed to the theory. To the practical implication, it provides guidance for the stakeholder finance policies and mechanisms that maximize co-benefits. Social implication highlights the potential of climate finance to address inequality and improve the community well-beings. These are few of the research propositions wherein we can work further. Mainly we can target the private sector. These are few of my references. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vishal.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we'd like to call our next author, that is Amit Sao, Nitesh Rohila, Sakshi Singh, Divya Pathak, and Saurabhi Saxena to present the paper titled The Influence of Architecture and Aesthetics Design Excellence on Consumer Preference in the Luxury Real Estate Market. Over to you, ma'am. Is Amit Sao, Nitesh Rohila, Sakshi Singh, Divya Pathak, Saurabhi Saxena, are they present? Could you hear me? Amit Sao, Nitesh Rohila, Sakshi Singh, Divya Pathak, or Saurabhi Saxena?
We can go for next.
We can go for the next author, that is K.C. Rajashri, Bhuma Devi, P. Praveen Kumar, and S. Nitya Priya to present the paper titled The Synergy of Quality Improvement Measures, Business Process, and Digitalization in Effective Cleaning Pathways. Is K.C. Rajashri, Bhuma Devi, P. Praveen Kumar, S. Nitya Priya present?
So paper ID 59, paper ID
59. K.C. Rajashri, Bhuma Devi, P. Praveen Kumar, S. Nitya Priya. Paper 59. Is anybody there?
Go for next.
So we'll start with our next author, that is Zhao Pingyuan, to present the paper titled High Throughput Sequencing Analysis of Microorganisms in Fruit Fermentation, Liquid and Identification of Nutritional Components. Over to you, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, over to you, ma'am.
Fine. I will share my screen.
Yes, ma'am, please share your screen.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, you are audible. Ma'am, please present your presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm going to talk about my research on high throughput sequencing analysis of microorganisms in fruit fermentation liquid and identification of nutritional components. The study aims to include the microbial community structure and functionality within fruit fermentation rules using high throughput sequencing and biostatistical analysis, thereby providing the theoretical support for sustainable agricultural development.
Hey, ma'am, can you please switch on your camera?
And the host cannot support I open the video. Okay. Research background with microbial communities in the soil playing a crucial role in maintaining soil fertility.
Ma'am, are you best?
I cannot open the video. I click the.
Could you hear me?
赵老师，你的视频没有打开，好像。
就是我点了，然后他为什么不让我开呀？主持人不允许开是什么意思啊？就是。
Ma'am, could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. I click the button and you cannot allow me open the video.
Ma'am, could you please show us your research methodology?
Okay. However, undecomposed organic matter such as fallen fruit can interfere with the normal decomposition processes in the soil, thereby affecting soil quality. Fruit fermentation brews made from discarded fruit serve as a potential solution. It not only elevates the pressure on soil decomposition, but also supplements the material nutrients and enhances the activity of soil microbial communities, thus promoting sustainable agriculture. Experimental materials and methods. We selected red fuki fruit drops from Shunyi district, Beijing, as the primary raw material, and brown sugar and an organic material decomposition agent containing bacillus. Bacillus were utilized. And this well into a glass bottle and sealed with 4 layers of gauze for fermentation. Throughout the fermentation process, we regularly measure the several indices, including pH value, fulvic acid content, nutrient elements, and microbial community composition. And microbial community identification was conducted through high throughput sequencing on the Illumina MISAC platform. With data analysis performed using QRIME software in conjunction with the RDP and the Silva databases for sequence classification. Experimental results.
Ma'am, could you please show us your conclusion?
Yeah. This is the trend of pH, and indicates the organic acid produced by microbiology and metabolic activities lead to the pH decrease. And this fulvic acid. This result demonstrates that the decomposition of organic matter by microbes during fermentation produced a substantial amount of fulvic acid, a bioactive substance that is highly beneficial for plant growth. The performance brews were found to be rich in a variety of mineral elements. And the results show the dominant bacteria and fungi at the phylum and genus levels, which work synergistically to promote the decomposition of organic matter and the cycling of nutrients, creating a favorable soil environment for plant growth.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear us so quickly wind up and tell us the conclusion?
Okay.
Can you quickly go to the conclusion?
Conclusion. My study comprehensively analyzed the microbial community structure and nutritional components of fruit fermentation brood using high throughput sequencing and biostatistical analysis. Review the intrinsic connections between microbial communities and the functionality of fermentation broods. This research findings not only offers a scientific basis for understanding the functions of fruit fermentation brews, but also provide new insights and methods for sustainable agricultural development. Future research will further explore the metabolic mechanisms and the functional genius of microbial communities, optimize the fermentation process. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a nice presentation.
So, thank you so much, ma'am. Now we'll start with our next author, that is S. Nityapriya, a Bhuma Devi, K.C. Rajashri, and Pre Praveen Kumar to share the paper title Evaluating the Incidence of Patient Safety Culture and Organizational Dynamics in Private Multi-Speciality Hospitals. Is NS3 Nitya Priya, Bhuma Devi, K.C. Rajashri, Praveen Kumar present? Is anyone online? So we'll start with the next author, that is Diyesh Kumar, H.K. Manjula, Suresh Naduri, to present their paper titled Fingerprinting the Future, a Biometric Payment in India's Banking Revolution, a comparative analysis of Smile Pay and other payment solutions.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my camera is not working. I'll try to share my screen just.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And I also.
Are you able to see my screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am. And ma'am, please open your camera.
Yes. Yes. It's not opening, so I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's lagging.
Yes. Audible, sir?
No, ma'am, we can't see you. Ma'am, let it be. Please start your presentation.
Yes, sir. I hope my screen is visible, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a quick check. our topic is about the biometric payments in India. Biometric payments represent the very transformative shift in the digital banking payment landscape, especially offering enhancing security and efficiency of the digital transaction. In this context, we are trying to going to use the what is the enhanced efficiency of digital transaction, especially through the security as well as the convenience measures like unique biological characters such as fingerprints, facial recognition, and the ID scan for the authentication. In recent years, this is what we have seen. The global banking sector is increasingly adopting the biometric technologies. I don't want to go to the literature review. In this correct, we have worked on the Smile Pay, which was launched by the Federal Bank and has more secure and efficient payment methods like innovation facial recognition technology to authenticate the payments as well as the need for the passwords and the pins. And all of you know how to register and the linking accounts and the payment process. The security features are especially Smile Pay incorporates multiple security features like encryption, liveness detection, for example, whether it's a live person or a static image or a video. And the most significant, or another word we can say it is a beautiful about is a fraud prevention. Continuous monitoring and advanced algorithmic are used to detect the prevent the fraudulent activities. In this context, we have observed what are the objective subject to evaluate the key factors, especially influencing customer adoption of this biometric payments and user satisfaction level. So for that, we have used the descriptive as well as the quantitative research, especially in this context using the structured questionnaire, both the primary survey and the secondary data. Okay, our results was the crown bunch alpha of zero point 0.8, which suggests the items in the questionnaire consistently measured. We have surveyed administered questionnaire which speaks about the security aspect and what is the age and interpretation of the biometric payment adoption. From the above chi-square, I think we can see that the chi-square, the descriptive analysis provides the chi-square test for the age, especially 87.67, and confirms a significant satisfaction association between age groups, especially from 18 to 25. When we saw that, and are adopting the biometric payments much higher rate than the ages around 45 to 50. We stopped with the 50 only. And the next one is ease of setup. If you look at it, the chi-square, the percept chi-square is 8.18, and it very easy, and we easy indicate a majority of the users find the setup process very easy. Okay, and the third one is the security perceptions. As we all know, security is a critical factor. The chi-square reflects 35.89, which reveals a statistically significant relationship between user security perception and they're likely to adopt the technology. And the last but not the least, is user satisfaction. Here, the chi-square is 85.64, where the majority of users reported as satisfied with the biometric payment systems. So, if you combine the implications on biometric payment system adoption, overall we can say that gender and adoption, especially if you look at gender adoption, the chi-square is 0.33 with degrees of freedom 1.567. We can say that there is no statistically significant association between the gender and the adoption of the biometric payment systems. And we also did a small t-test. The t-test, especially the equality of variance, equal variance is not assumed, and mean differences. I'm not going to discuss all that. Just one important ANOVA I would like to discuss here. Based on the ANOVA and multiple comparison analysis, there are no significant differences in the security and the satisfaction variables. So the findings suggest that the group differs in the initial setup, but there is no clear that there is no clear differences that these differences impact the perceived security or the satisfaction level. Further to this, we have also drawn one model based on the TAM model, but due to the time positive, which we couldn't administer. So with this, we have come to the our suggestions, especially are yes, already the India is on its path. The Indian government has invested 10 billion, but still. More banks can come up with, say, for example, Axis Bank has HDFC Bank, and almost all the banks are investing in an RPA, robotic process bots. Similarly, we can see most of 70% rural areas have to be uh, covered in this. So the partnership should be there, especially cooperative banks should be there, and enhanced data protection. And all of us know that regulatory framework, the challenges are also there. Personal data protection bill. So most of the people are aware, and especially the youngest generation are very empowered, and they are very little scared about these privacy concerns. So with this, I conclude my argument and rest the case. And these are the references which are done. And my apologies, my voice is not clear and my camera is not working. I'm literally seriously will. And we also, it just not the beginning. We have also done we are including that work, especially on the TAM model. We can see the model. This was the theoretical model, but which we couldn't complete. So with this, I rest my case. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you,
Any
madam.
questions, Mona?
Yeah, thank you, madam. It was
Thank
nice.
you, sir.
One more suggestion is there. Your PPT is not properly visible, so you can increase the font size.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. Thank you, sir.
So much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your thoughtful insight.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to call Dr. Ravneet Singh, sir, to facilitate Dr. Sudhir Chauhan and Dr. Akash, sir.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
May I start my presentation now if it doesn't affect today's schedule? I missed the presentation yesterday.
Sorry, ma'am, your presentation we can continue tomorrow. The time is out.
अरे डॉक्टर आकाश के साथ यार हमारा भी ले लो कमेंट कर लेते आप दे दो आ जाओ डॉक्टर हमारी ये चीज होती है ना हमारे लिए एकेडमिक दुनिया में यहाँ पेपर रिसर्च पेपर रिसर्च पेपर का इशू है या कहीं कुछ मिला है तो ये चीज होती है हमारे लिए तो अभी तो क्लास में जाते हैं क्लास से आते हैं हाँ कल मिलते थे लास्ट सेशन करवाते हैं तो आपका भी चलो बस देख लेना आपकी तो ये कलेक्ट करो सारा कुछ सामान
Ladies and gentlemen, then bring us to the end of this session. A big thank you to our esteemed speaker for the valuable insight and engaging discussion. We truly appreciate your time and expertise. Thank you all for your participation and thoughtful question. We hope this session was informative and enriching. So, I, Fahad Khan, MOC of this conference, signing off. Have a great